Hi.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'd like to welcome you here this morning. We'll begin the meeting by reading our land acknowledgement at the Township of Severn. We recognize the following land acknowledgement. We'd like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather and which the Township of Severn operates is part of the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe. For thousands of years, Indigenous peoples have been inhabiting and caring for this land. In particular, we acknowledge the territory of the Ojibwe or Chippewas peoples. This territory is covered by the Lake Simcoe Treaty 16 and the J. Collins Land Purchase. We are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land, and by doing so, give our respect to its first inhabitants. We'll now sing our national anthem, please. Thank you. Approval of the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Motion reads that the agenda be adopted as circulated.
Mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. Seeing none. We do have 3 delegations today. I'll just remind the presenters that we have a 10-minute time limit. If you could just adhere to that. And I think our Madam CAO will ding a little ding when we get 1 minute. First up is Melanie. How did I say that again? Delion, thank you. And I know Dr. Fennick is here with her. Come on up, please, right up here to the front. Oh, I heard that. You're afraid. Oh, but Dr.
Just take it.
That's right. I just want, to be honest to start. Dr. McIntosh wasn't able to make it here today.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. And thank you so much for having us here today. I'm Delion Fennick, and I am with the Couchiching Ontario Health Team, and Melanie Delion with the Orillia and Lake Country Physician Recruitment Committee. Next slide. So I really just wanted to start with some context around the Couchiching Ontario Health Team for anyone who's not familiar with the Couchiching Ontario Health Team. So we do cover, there are 58 Ontario Health Teams in the Ontario. The Couchiching Ontario Health Team covers the geographies of Severn, Ramera, Orillia, and the Rama First Nation. Did I miss someone in that list? I feel like I didn't say enough. Anyway, our attributed population is about 63,000. Our geographical population is about 100,000. So it is 100,000 people that we are now responsible for finding attachment to a primary care provider. And as you've heard, it's a provincial crisis. And so Ontario Health Teams and their primary care networks, as well as all of our partners, are working to find primary care for all of those individuals. Next slide. This is the provincial Dr. Jane Philpott and the primary care action team. This is the visual they use to demonstrate all the layers of healthcare and how they all center around the patient, family, caregiver and the primary care providers, but then how the rest of the tiered healthcare system fits into the picture so that everyone plays a vital part in that primary care structure. Next slide. So the ultimate goal is to create healthier communities and really work on that population health perspective. In order to achieve that, we want to attach people to a primary care provider, which is our primary goal, and then connect people to a system of care, recognizing that physicians and nurse practitioners can't do it all. There's not enough of them. And so we need to build a more robust system with allied health providers and other people within the healthcare system to create that tiered system where people can go and see a physiotherapist if that's more appropriate than their primary care provider, a dietitian if they can provide more specific care to them, and they can go and see a physician and nurse practitioner when they need to. But there are all the other team members there to provide care. Next slide. This is our visual to demonstrate the primary care continuum. So access, connection, and attachment. And you will hear Dr. Jane Philpott and her primary care action team often talk about access and attachment. We have added connection because we do believe there are times within the healthcare journey that people need a connected individual. That may be a midwife who provides primary care for a specific period of time. It may be a connection someone has with their local pharmacist who gets to know them, knows their medications, their history, and now with their expanded scope is able to provide some minor ailment prescriptions as well. Access may be simply a one-off, going to a walk-in clinic where somebody doesn't have your medical history, but you are able to seek care at that one particular spot and time. So it really is creating a system where we can provide the right care in the right place by the right individuals. Next slide. Our Ontario Health Team and our primary care network are leading our primary care planning locally within that Couchiching region that I started with. So our goal is to ensure every resident is connected to comprehensive primary care, create that team-based primary and community hubs that are integrated with multiple providers and services within the neighborhoods that we are creating. We have a digital infrastructure that creates more cohesion, easier referral within providers, and continue to build on that in partnership with our providers, as well as Ontario Health. We have recently been working with our municipalities, hence the reason we're here. Severn's next is what our hope is, and that we have been very successful in working with Remera and working with the city of Orillia to continue to advance our primary care strategy. More to come shortly. So our enablers are that we have one family health team and one nurse practitioner-led clinic. And so our family health team and our NPLC, we have wrapped around that primary care system and structure to create our health home. In 2023-24, we received our first investment in primary care here locally, where we opened up our unattached clinic. So I am confident in saying today, all those 100,000 residents have access to primary care today. They may not truly be attached quite yet, but they have access to primary care through our unattached clinic as a way into the system. So no one is without care. We also expanded the services of the family health team. So those allied providers to have access to all. So all 100,000 people have access to those providers. There might be a wait list, but they all have access. And then we have just submitted a new proposal last fall and just found out last month that we were successful. And so we have received or are receiving shortly a large investment to enhance our primary care teams and attach over 9,000 people between now and May of 2027. We have a connected team, strong partnerships, smooth navigation within the system that's always improving, and one EMR that we're building to connect everyone within the system. This is a visual of our health home. It's complicated, it's small, but really demonstrates again, primary care providers, patients, and our unattached clinic are at the middle and really connecting them to all those allied providers and the rest of the healthcare system around the outside. So our goal for coming here today is that we have been successful with Remera in opening up a health hub, and we would love to look at the opportunity to open up a Severn health hub. We really have centralized services in Orillia, and we want to diversify and have opportunities for those team members to work in the more remote communities, Severn being one of those. So we recognize we want to bring care closer to home where people live instead of everyone having to travel to 119 Memorial, where many of those services are centralized. And so we would love to open up spokes in Romero, which we are successful in opening up in July, and Severn, and look at those opportunities moving forward.
Thanks for printing these.
You're
A
welcome.
little bit more prepared than I am today. So as Jillian mentioned, we'd be very eager to look at doing a similar model to what we've been successful within Romero. A few years ago, in front of council, we talked a little bit more about the Practice Ready Ontario program. But of course, one of the barriers currently is that we don't have the bricks and mortar here in Severn to truly expand some of that primary care and be able to grow through Practice Ready Ontario. Within the community of Severn as well, there are some really neat incentives to graduates that have potentially Canada Student Debt, as well as there's an opportunity through the provincial government for some incentives as well. Can you hear better that way? Okay, perfect. And so just to note on that as well, within Severn, in regards to some incentives and things like that, it's a little bit more enticing for new grads because they are eligible for more being out in a more rural community. And that could be upwards of $350,000 of incentive packages for them. So it is a little bit more enticing for them to come out this way. So a little bit more about Practice Ready Ontario. Oh,
It's okay.
sorry, go
Keep talking. There you go.
Perfect. Thank you. So Practice Ready Ontario. So it is a program pathway for internationally trained family physicians to practice in Ontario communities that are rural and remote. And that is based on the RIO score, the Rural Index of Ontario score. It's a great opportunity to be able to grow care in rural areas that we talked about. A few years ago, when we attempted to participate here in Severn, we had about 17 applications of really fabulous family physicians. In Romero, we had received 22 applications. So the area is very desirable to physicians that are going through this program. Within that, they are required to do 30 hours of clinic work per week and also have the ability to work within the hospital, so inpatient care as well as the emergency department. And then with going through this program, they have a requirement to do 3 years of a return of service, which is tied to their license with the Ontario government or CPSO, sorry.
It's perfect. So partners, so the Ontario Health Team is a collection of partners. That's how we achieve the work. We don't have a bricks and mortar. We don't have our existing a building that stands alone. We don't operate without others. And so this really just demonstrates the partners that we see the potential of continuing to work with in order to create that Severn Health Hub. And again, that's why we're here to try and really just look for, next slide, a commitment from council to work with us on this journey and explore some potential opportunities, look at what that partnership might look like. We do need to secure space in order to open up a health hub and recognizing we don't think you have any right now. So what might that look like? Some creative solutions and some financial considerations and contributions. We do have money from an OHT perspective to invest in leasehold improvements to help ready the space for Practice Ready Ontario physicians, other physicians, and their allied team members to operate in. This next slide really just demonstrates where this is happening, both from Romero, where we've been successful locally, but also if you're familiar with what's happening in the Gravenhurst area with their health hub and how they're building a similar infrastructure up there. And the next two slides were really just to share that because we need to attach 9,000 people by May of 2027, we need to find them now. So they tell us there are under 10,000, but somewhere between 9 and 10,000 within our Couchiching region that are unattached, but we only have about 2,000 people on the Healthcare Connect list. So if you know anybody, neighbors, friends, colleagues, when you're talking to anybody who is unattached in this region, please have them register with Healthcare Connect. We promise we will have opportunities within the next year to connect them with a physician, nurse practitioner, or primary care team. Thank you.
You both have done a great job. That's an amazing presentation. Very well done. And I was told you were a doctor. I just, it wasn't on my
I wish
agenda.
I better go back to school.
Members of council have any questions? Deputy Mayor Cox.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's important what you've told us. I was wondering about when you're talking unattached, because I know quite a few people who have moved here from the GTA or wherever, and they've kept that doctor because they're afraid to let it go. And I know the answer, but I'd like you to explain that to people because they have a fear of having no one.
Sure. And if I had one more minute, I could have gone over that on the slide. So I'll say it now. Thank you very
I'm
much.
giving you that minute.
So prior to last May, when in order to register on Healthcare Connect, you had to de-roster from your physician or nurse practitioner that was providing your primary care. Because that was a barrier to people registering on Healthcare Connect, they did change that practice. So people can now register and keep their existing primary care provider while they're waiting to be reattached locally. So they can continue to receive care in Toronto or wherever they have their primary care provider, get on the Healthcare Connect list. And when we provide them with that opportunity to be connected here, they have to give that physician up then. So there is no fear of being without care.
Thank you very much. And my other one is when you're talking about Ramera, now they had a municipal building. They were lucky that they had one. We don't have that. The other one is, is it a location? Because Coldwater has that medical center, so that you consider that already a done deal. So a location, is it considered, are you thinking Ward 3, like Marchmount area? Like, is there a location you're thinking? Because if we get too, you know where I'm going with this? Do you have a sort of a spot that will be like a good spoke that will help all of Severn?
Yes. So there are, that's part of the discussion. So we haven't preset, a space and that in mind. I think that's part of the future discussion. We do have 2 physicians that are practicing. There's lab services. So I have actually plotted it out with the County of Simcoe. We have all our primary care services plotted on a map. And so we can take a look at that geographically and try to determine where there is a building that we might be able to open. So we don't obviously want to pick a field and say this is centrally located in the best place unless someone's got funds to build a building. So we would like to position it somewhere where there is some infrastructure that we can enhance and modify that is accessible.
So when you say you're talking to the county is thinking of putting a new ambulance station at Carleon and Division area. That might be another thought we could look at with extra space and something like that.
Partnerships.
That
are
would be a
fantastic.
partnership.
Yeah.
Just in my head, it was dinging that we had talked about that. So we'll keep I'm sure everybody else will keep our ears open for things like that, because that is the biggest thing, is the building. Because once we can get that and look at that, then there's more. And like I say, unfortunately, we don't have a spare municipal building around that they did, but that's okay. I mean, thank you very much. And we'll love to be helping you out that way anyway. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Any other members? Councillor Minnings.
Thank you through the chair. Thanks for your presentation. Exciting. And having recently used the healthcare hub a year or so ago in 119 Memorial, now having a physician, the process does work. Are you looking to us for in-kind or for financial donations?
I think that's part of the conversation. So I think it depends on what space we find, what is needed. It could be just that the township takes over the lease of the building with once we position physicians there, they're able to offset through rent costs to offset the expense. So I'm hopeful that in the future, there is no ongoing cost to council. There may be some upfront starter costs. Again, the OHT has some money to invest in infrastructure. So I'm not coming here with a specific ask for funds.
Okay, and that's where I was going, because you started by saying you had received a lot of money. And then
It's not for infrastructure.
Okay, that's where I was going. What is your money for? And because that's something that's important to us. So right now, to be determined, and it doesn't have to be a municipal building, because there are building owners who have storefronts that are vacant, et cetera. So, okay, got it. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, the funding is primarily, so Ontario Health has not provided money for building costs up until this time. It's mostly people.
Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, through the mayor. I just want to reinforce your messages here as a member of the recruitment committee. I've worked with you people. There is no harder working committee out there anywhere. And your products, the services that we have enjoyed, in terms of recruiting doctors, I know for a fact. We've toured people around. They've moved to Marchmount. It's great. I hope all your doctors move to Marchmount, frankly. And this work is fabulous work. Healthcare is one of the top 3 items of concern nationally as well as provincially. And while we don't make a decision today on this thing, you bet I'm rooting for you.
Any other members of council? Deputy Mayor Cox.
Sorry, just one quick one. We talked about this before, but do you have a sort of a idea of how many square feet? 5,000?
I'm sure we can fill or use whatever space becomes available. We have to determine, I think, as
Yeah.
a group and
I
in
know, but I'm
partnership,
just saying it's
how
not,
many physicians.
it's
would
not
be recruited
1,000
into the
square
space.
feet or 500
No,
square feet.
It would be larger.
Yes, thank you. Just so, okay, thank you.
And just on that note, to keep in line with the physician services agreement, we do need to have at least 2 physicians within a location to comply with a family health organization or a FO. But ideally, it would be 2+ physicians and then some space for allied health providers to do that kind of hub and spoke model.
The-
Any other members of council? The one in Oromodonte at the top where the new school is that's one, it's a nurse practitioner's office, is it not?
That is our nurse practitioner led clinic is operated on the top of the 4th.
How large is it and how large is, and you may not have that information now, but if you can get back to us with the one that's in Ramera, the amount of square feet, and the one that's in Oromodonte, so at least we have an idea of what we need to look for or budget for.
Will do.
Thank you. And again, thank you very much for everything you do. Great presentation. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next time he does a beer commercial, I think that there.
Okay, next is Morshedi Development Corporation Property Tax. Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk, I forgot the motion. Go ahead.
Thank you. So for today, the motion on the matter is just that the delegation from Melanie, Delion, Community Physician Recruiter, Orillia, and Lake Country Physician Recruitment regarding the partnership opportunity and primary care hub be received for information.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Minnie, second by Deputy Mayor Cox. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Next, Morshedi Development Corporation Property Tax Consideration Request, Port Severn Properties, MFTIP Adjustment and Penalty Relief, and Request for Development Support, Temporary Prefab Cabins, Multipurpose Structure. Welcome and good morning.
Good morning and thank you for your time. First of all, I want to introduce our group. We are an investment group and also development group. Today, we are just the administration. We are finalizing the study phase on the lands we have. Hopefully, we just finalizing the studying phase, and we just started to talk with the some companies to participate and for development. And the master plan, we are thinking about it. And in our master plan, we just think about environment, and we just wanted to build something and create something in this area, which would be the environment friendly and also has some income for us and would be good attraction for the tourists and other things. In this case, we just had some obstacles, just like the high tax rate is because the land was vacant. We didn't use the land. We didn't have any income on this land. But there was a very huge tax, which was on 2024. We did the forestry report. And then after that, we had the tax relief. But it was applied on 2025. It didn't apply on the second half of the 2024. So our first request is, as we are just starting our development, is that any possibility that we have some tax relief, at least for the interest, to dismiss some of the interest on the previous taxes. And also, we are ready to propose our master plan in the next session with our architects and the planners, which is, I think, it's going to be interesting for you, and I think it's going to be very good for the this region. So that's the very brief and short the story of our. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. Members of council have questions. Councillor Jansen.
Thank you. And I've looked through the presentation. I'm just wondering where the like what's the address, or where's are you able to give us like a detail of how we would find the
Yes,
three
there is,
properties that you own?
Yeah, 3 properties, 2702 Bagley Road, 3046 St. Amines Road, and 3497 Narrows Road.
Any further comments, Councillor Jansen? No. Councillor McIntyre.
Yeah, through the chair. What's your timeline on here? How, if and when you get some tax relief from, I understand you paid $50,000 in 2024?
It was something around 50,000, but after the forestry report, it decreased to something around 12,000. But it didn't apply on the second half of the 2024. It's only applied after 2025. Before for 2023 and 2024, we're supposed to pay something around $50,000.
In total?
No, per year.
Per year in total?
Yes.
And your request here today is to get tax relief on the balance of the?
Yes,
from
some
50?
interests we have, at least to dismiss the interest, and also the second half of the 2024 will be same as the 2025.
Okay, and further to that follow-up question, your intention is to build a series of small buildings? Is that the way I understand?
Yes, but there is a master plan which we have the master plan for there, which I mentioned that we want to keep the environment and make something like the eco park in the middle land, which is the biggest part of the land.
Mm-hmm.
And then we want to just build some other things to have the income, and can just give us the income to then we can support the eco park, which is the middle. We want to have the storage on part of the land, because there is a commercial in the St. Amant Road. We want to put ask for the storage, and then in the middle, which is the I think it's around 200 acres. We want to put something like an eco park for the trails, or walking, for the e-bikes, for the other stuff, and yeah, that's it.
And when would you intend to do all this build outs and so on?
We just started, we just finalizing. As I told you, we are the administration team, our planners and our architects. We're gonna propose it very soon. I think in a couple of months.
Councillor Minnings.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you for your presentation. I have a few questions. Thank you to Councillor Jansen for asking the question about the addresses. So they're 3 separate properties, but I'm going to make an assumption they're all attached and fronting on those 3 separate roads. Okay. What is the registered title for all properties the same? The same company or the same individual? So they're all owned by the same company?
Morshedi Develop.
And what was the date that the properties were acquired? Was it in 2024 when you first came to us about your tax relief? When were the properties acquired by this company?
2022.
So from 2022 to 2024, the taxes weren't a problem? I'm assuming they were paid.
No,
and you,
partially paid.
so there's tax owing
Yeah.
from 2022, not just for the tax relief that you're coming to us for? For
The
2020.
others, we just paid partially, or we're gonna pay. We don't have any problem for those years. For the second half of the 2024 and the interests, we are just asking if you can dismiss it.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mayor Cox.
Thank you. Have you talked to our treasurer?
Yes, but they told us with that we should go to the
Us.
yes, province. We went there, and then it's the longest story. Been more than 1 year. That's why we are today here.
Okay.
And they told us the only one that can help you is the council, and that's why we are asking your time.
Through the chair, do you have anything to add to that, Mr. Plunkett?
If I can, through the.
Thank you.
Through the mayor to the deputy mayor. We have looked at this before, Mr. Morshedi. The forestry application, it's given by the province. It's
Yeah.
not done by us.
Right.
They gave it an effective date of January 1st, 2025. So we would only take that assessment from January 1st, 2025. We would never go further back unless the province directed us to. The same or similar circumstances is with the MPAC assessments, because all of the property taxes are billed based on those assessments. And we did let them know that they need to appeal or speak with MPAC, or even take them to the assessment review board if they aren't in agreement with those assessments. And they did ask us about relief for the property taxes. We told them that we didn't support the relief. And if they wanted to, they would need to speak to council.
I think that the information that Mr. Plunkett has given you are those the avenues you have to follow. We just can't not allow you not to pay something. There is the impact, there's the assessment review. All the things that our staff member has told you are the ways you need to follow it. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I have a question. Is this the former location of the golf course? Is that okay? I just based on the roads, yeah. But I still think we deserve a report from staff summarizing. There's a lot more than that's on there, and I request it goes for a staff report.
Any further comments? So just so that we're okay, go ahead, Councillor Brennan.
If there's going to be a staff report, can you report on the conditions around the forestry tax rebate as well, please, within that report? My recollection for that is that there's long-term commitments to maintain forest cover under those circumstances. Anyway.
Madam CAO.
Thank you. There will only be a staff report should council request one. I would recommend that you just receive this for information. Of course, we support development, but we don't typically write off taxes. And you have to remember that those taxes, we actually pay more than 2/3 of it to the county and the school board. So we don't have the ability to write those off anyways. So if the answer is going to be a no, I would just receive it for information rather than have staff write a report.
So thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Cox. So just to be clear, this township is large. The province is large. There's lots of developers that have bought lands, knowing when you bought it, the amount of taxes that you needed to pay on those lands, correct? So in our township, we have developers that have lands that are vacant, and there's one on the agenda today from 1996. They still haven't developed it, and they've been paying their tax bill, knowing that taxes are owed. And again, taxes come, the assessed value comes from the province, as Mr. Plunkett has stated. if you have a dispute with what your vacant land is being assessed at, it would have to go to the province to get it reassessed at a lower value, because what we do here at the township office is we multiply it by a mill rate. So if we were to forgive you for anything, I own vacant land that I pay taxes on, I would want a refund as well, as would all the developers that are within our municipality. So what it does is opens a Pandora's box. And I'm sorry, but I cannot vote in favor of it. I'm sorry. I hope you understand where we're sitting here, and I'm happy to do a report, but I'm not sure what the report is going to say, other than it's going to tell us that your property is assessed for so much, taxes are so much, and unfortunately, when you bought the property, you knew what you were getting yourselves into. Taxes, there's only two things that are secure in this world. You pay tax and you die. That's all you get. So I'm sorry, like
Our plan is to pay more taxes as we develop the land. We want to pay lots
and that's
of
great.
tax.
We appreciate that. But again, we have
Yes.
developers in this township, and I'll go to Councillor Minning's wards. There's lands that are in her ward that have been on the books for over 20 years that are still not developed. They're still paying tax.
No, we don't want to stay that much. We just be very.
But how do we deal with the people that have been paying taxes for 20 years? We can't
Exactly.
forgive you. We'd have to forgive all the others because they would stop paying taxes as well. And I hope you understand.
That's so true. Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for having us today and for your time. There is three parts of this conversation. One of them is that tax deduction, and another one is possibly to do by installment for the rest of them. And the third one is that's a development part. We have a consortium of the group of company all together. From educational, we have our own skills trade academy, and we do entrepreneurship, and also we have affordable housing. And for this part that we have a big plan for this development as entertainment and all of the storage and the housing part. For the educational part, if there is possibility to start to this area, and we have this educational and hands-on, and for co-op and apprenticeship, the kids they are coming, we have planned for the youth, for Aboriginal and Indigenous, and for this part, when they make houses, we can make as a donation for housing and for shelter to the township.
We can't thank you enough for investing in our community. I'm going to ask our treasurer, and I don't know if you can give this answer, Mr. Plunkett. How many outstanding tax bills do we have that are maybe in default? Any idea? Are we allowed to even divulge that?
I would suggest we're probably not
Okay.
allowed to divulge that, Mr. Mayor.
But I would assume that there's a large amount. I'm just going to say that. So forgiving yours would mean that we would have to forgive every other one. And I know that people are struggling, but I know that our treasurer will work with you. If installments are something that you want to consider, please sit with Mr. Plunkett. Be more than happy to do that. And we've done that in the past. Any further questions? Do we still want to report, council? Do we want to report? Okay, so we're just going to receive some information, Madam Clerk, please.
Okay, then the motion is that the delegation by Morshedi Development Corporation regarding property tax consideration request for their Port Severn properties, MFTIP adjustment and penalty relief, and request for development support for temporary prefab cabins, multi-purpose structure be received for information.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Cox, second by Councillor Jansen. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Next. Miss Stephanie Kennedy, come on right up. Is Colin going to sit with you, Stephanie? Oh, okay.
Paper bag. Does it turn, or do I need to? Okay, yeah, okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm just here today to make a few key highlight points from the letter that you all received in regards to
the request from the BIA pertaining to the MOU. I just want to begin by reminding everyone, first of all, I'm a board member on the BIA. Stephanie, also a business owner in Coldwater, for those of you that don't know me already. So I want to begin by reminding all of you that the MOU is a living document. So it is meant to be negotiated when necessary and intended to create a positive, collaborative working relationship, specifically in regards to the operational expectations and obligations. Staff has recommended that all three of our requests be denied so that all of Severn's community groups are provided the same level of service. But the BIA is not a community group. We are a local board of the municipality. We are governed by the Municipal Act, and what we bring to the table is different than any other community group in the municipality. Our responsibilities are ongoing, and they are for the betterment of the community, for all of the community groups that hold events in the Coldwater catchment area. Examples would be we take care of the funding for the Todd signage, promotional bookmarks highlighting events, downtown seasonal decorations, the lighted trees of Main Street, social media, vibrant community, and we in the vibrant community that the other community groups hold events in is the BIA's pride and joy. This alone is why we have a MOU with Severn, and we hope to see a more positive opportunity for the BIA's existing needs to be met within the MOU. Our requests were that after the 4 events that the BIA hosts, that the township would assume collection of the garbage. So bins would be placed out, we would empty the bins, tie the bags, and that the next morning that the township would pick up the garbage from those events, just as they do for the town garbage cans that are located throughout the main street. We also requested that the risers that are stored in the community center be planned for continual storage. Our storage unit would not accommodate those. That point I did not address very strongly in the letter because during our meeting we were led to believe that that request was going to be met. But unfortunately, it appears as though it is not. And our last request is that the township fully embrace extending the absolute most parking possible within the community. It kind of blows my mind a little that Severn Township staff or council perhaps support the idea of inviting tourists and then busing them to another municipality for them to come back to our municipality to enjoy an event, such as busing people from Coldwater to Mount St. Louis Moonstone to park their vehicles, to then bus them in to enjoy an event and back to their vehicles. That's crazy to me. But anyhow, moving along, ultimately, the requests that were made and the way that the township staff perceive them is associated to a cost. There are ongoing examples, though, that BIA expenditures and that Severn has absorbed throughout time, such as the hanging baskets and the watering of. Originally, those were a BIA expense. The watering as well, the BIA used to pay the township to do, but now the township has taken over the cost of the baskets as well as watering them. As things happen like that with BIAs and municipalities, costs can be assumed over time, and the MOU is an opportunity to discuss some of those, especially the ones that we ourselves don't have the infrastructure to do, but the township does. The MOU also is not a thou shalt, pardon me, is not a thou shall from the township. It is an opportunity to identify the needs and create feasible solutions. I hope together we can look at a more collaborative approach to some of the solutions and the operational needs of growing tourism. Bear with me, please. And also, as I was thinking more on this topic, possibly there is an in-kind opportunity here that could be collaboratively negotiated in the MOU as well, where the Severn Township logo would be featured on the posters, the advertising that goes with events and things. Then that could be described in the MOU. So maybe we offset some of the things that we struggle because we don't have the services to provide, and the township takes those on. And maybe maybe in doing that, that is where the township supports these events. Because at this point in time, Severn Township is not supporting any of the BIA events this year. The one that was requested was denied. And so at this point, we're putting an Ontario logo, Ontario Tourism logo on all of our events, but not a Severn Township logo, which is really quite sad. Either way, we both work towards the same mission, and that is to encourage year-round tourism. So I'm hopeful that we can figure out how to do this a little more collaboratively and look at the MOU as an opportunity to negotiate some of the, bear with me, the right words. I want to use it. I want to the expectations and obligations of operational expense. I wanted to get that right because that is what the MOU is designed to do. If you have any questions, please ask. Hopefully I can answer them, but I also thank you for your time today. I can see you guys have a busy day ahead.
Thank you, Stephanie, for your presentation. Who would like to begin? Councillor Minnings, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Thanks, Stephanie, for the presentation. And I read the report, what you put forward on the MOU. So one question I had too, is probably not for you, maybe for the clerk, is that there was a comparison like with the West Shore Events Committee, for example, or maybe the Washego Events Committee and the BIA. Is that a fair comparator? Because it's my understanding you're the only BIA that we have. I understand you are a group out of this council, and that there's the way you're funded, unlike my committee or the Washego committee, because I've been on both, is through tax. Like we collect taxes and it funds the BIA. So I just need to help understanding before I can make a decision on whether this is a yes or no.
Madam CEO, can you explain how the money that the BIA, it isn't tax money? It's
Sure, your worship, I can. I think this is probably not the appropriate time.
Okay. Just to
You wait for the staff report. So you're going to receive this and request a report because it's already on the agenda. And when we get to that, I'm happy to answer all those questions.
Thank you. So Allison's going to present the staff report after. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
My other question would be, in the past, who's collected the garbage, for example?
We have done it ourselves. So we tie the bags. We look to as many businesses that have an empty black bin that can hold an extra bag, and that's how we get rid of it at this point in time. It's not a huge quantity of bags. It may be 10 to 12 garbage bags after an event. So we're not talking a dumpster full. Bringing in a dumpster would actually be an incredible waste of money because we have nowhere close to that quantity of garbage. But we don't have a truck. We are different than other community groups, as in we don't collect volunteers from a large area, right? We are core business owners downtown. There's not a single one of us that have a pickup truck in our access. And so we're doing it all by hand.
So, and further to that, with the request that the BIA is putting forward for township staff to collect the garbage, would that not be on a Saturday or on a Sunday morning, perhaps on even a stat? Okay. All right. Thanks. No more questions.
further comments. Oh, Deputy Mayor Cox. Go ahead.
Just through the chair to the clerk. Should we wait to do all our questions? Thank you. I'll wait till then.
Any further? Councillor Jansen.
Thank you very much for your delegation, Stephanie. I know that the staff report's going to come up later on in our agenda. I'll make some comments at that time about your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you, Stephanie, are you going to be here for the so I just want to congratulate you on the $10,500 you received. And what are your plans for that money? I read it. Yes.
8,000.
It was 10,500 I read in the paper. That's what I read. So I'm just curious what the BI.
We've been told from the Ontario Tourism Grant that it's 8,400.
I wonder why they wrote 10,000. So
For the
for the Witches Walk.
It's Witches Walk, Trick or Treat Main Street. It had to be a 2-day event.
Okay.
Yeah. So what is our plan with those dollars?
Yes, please.
Those dollars are allowed to be used towards marketing and or like arts and entertainment. So we have a lot of entertainers coming to Witches Walk as we did last year. As well, it'll cover radio advertising and some other marketing initiatives. And unfortunately, $8,400, which is amazing, goes very, very quickly.
Congratulations.
Thank
on
you.
that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, moving on. Oh, Madam Clerk, we need a motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So the motion reads that the delegation by Stephanie Kennedy, Coldwater Business Improvement Area, be received for information as the related report is already on the agenda as item 3A.
Move in a seconder, please. Councillor Jansen, do you want to move it? Deputy Mayor Cox, second it. Okay, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to the consent list. Do any members of council want to pull anything? Councillor Brennan. 4.3, please. 4.3. Okay. Any others? Councillor Jansen.
E 3.1.
3.1. Okay. Any others? Councillor Brennan.
Sorry, correction, that was 4.4, sorry.
4.4. Okay. Deputy Mayor Cox.
I'd just like to speak to 4.1, please.
Go ahead.
It's the AMO board application for Derek Burke. I think this is wonderful that Derek's put his name in. This is a real important role. And if he can get on the rural caucus for the AMO board, that is a real punch for our township to be there and for him to get all the information and get some inside information and be there for all the important things and get more information as for all the different issues we have in our township. So I'm very happy to see that he's doing that. And I'm sure all of us, when we're down there, will help him campaign for this position. Thank you very much.
Any further? Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have a motion, please?
Thank you. So the motion reads that the consent list for May 20th, 2026, and the recommendations contained therein be adopted as resolutions of council with the exception of E 3.1 and E 4.4.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? It's carried. Thank you very much. So I think now we're going to move into the committee of the whole. Oh, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
I think you. So there's just one more motion to resolve into committee of the whole.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Jansen, second by Councillor Minnings. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, Councillor Taylor. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to committee of the whole. My name is Mark Taylor and I'm going to chair the meeting. And we're going to go right to F 2.1. So we will we'll do the other one later. So we'll kick it off with if our clerk can summarize the report that we have in front of us here. And just to advise everyone in the audience, today is a public meeting, but the only conversation is going to be between committee and staff. Okay. Thank you very much. Over to Allison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So following up on the public meeting that was recently held, staff have a report in front of you to go through many of the comments received, some of the options that are before council. So I will quickly run through the report just to provide some highlights. So at this point in time, as noted at the public meetings, council has already updated the bylaw enforcement policy to, based on one complaint, we proactively enforce our STRs that we have knowledge of and have previously received a complaint on. We've also been directed to and given approval to implement the administrative monetary penalty program. So I'm going to call it AMPS for the rest of the presentation today. And that is currently scheduled that it will go live in January 2027. Between now and then, we'd proceed with any fines currently in place under the Provincial Offences Act. So standard tickets and penalties that we can impose on renters and owners. So since one thing I do want to highlight is that many of the issues that have been identified, such as noise, parking, traffic, garbage, septic, burning, fire, are generally already addressed through our existing regulatory bylaws, reflective of some of the comments that we received at the public meeting and wanting to be conscious of those comments received. We are no longer going to refer to those as the good neighbor bylaws. They will just be deemed the regulatory bylaws. We are aware that there are issues or concerns as well with density and capacity of folks renting in volume 2 houses. So I think I'm just going to work through the report so everyone has the same understanding. So residential uses are like STRs are accepted as residential uses for properties. The way to regulate differently is through zoning. However, council at prior discussions has clearly indicated that at this point in time, they are not interested in pursuing planning regulations. So this report has not gone into detail as to what that process would be if council so choose to do that. So I just wanted to make council aware of that fact. We've based the structure of this report on council's prior directions. So it has been purely focused on licensing and how that could operate going forward. The township can pass a licensing bylaw under the Municipal Act. It's under the business licensing provisions. There is no additional public meeting required. We've received clear legal direction on that fact. There are some places that do it as a best practice anyways, just in case their bylaw is challenged in court. However, it is not a legal requirement to do so. Licensing bylaws do have flexibility with respect to their content, and we've covered this off at the public meeting, but just as a recap, so we can require owners to abide by a code of conduct, renters abide by a code of conduct, needing to have a 24/7 contact person for the property, being able to attend within an hour is normally a part of that 24/7 contact piece. In some places you have an additional piece if they go the route of licensing for inspection by fire and various other township departments. And normally there's a penalty program attached to that, whether it's a demerit point system or AMPS. For us, if we were to implement it, we would run with the AMPS program. You'll see in some municipalities like Romero, who has recently gotten rid of their committee structure and are flipping to a more formal traditional AMP structure. So that would be the penalty provisions that we would encourage going with. And in the bylaw, if council chooses to go with a licensing bylaw, it can be essentially the equivalent of a 3 strikes provision. So you have increasing penalties, and then after a third occurrence, then they would lose their license if they don't correct their behavior. So implementation of STR licensing varies, with some not pursuing licensing and then some pursuing stronger regulatory bylaws. It really does depend municipality to municipality, and it really reflects what's going on in that area. So you could have septic or water issues that they're really trying to address in some areas because a lot of the STRs are in low-lying areas, or it's a cottage rental area such as Muskoka. Severn traditionally has always had some cottage rentals. And granted, this has escalated, especially across everywhere with COVID. We saw that. Yeah, I guess. I don't have the ability to control that. I'm sorry. Yeah. Anyway, so council, if they wanted to proceed with the implementation of licensing, enforcement will be done through the approved AMPS process, and this is the most common practice for those who have implemented a licensing bylaw. It's all right. It's not going to make a difference. It's the system. Yeah. Various issues that came up again on April 30th was, and they ranged, like we did see a range of comments. So many concerned about it, short-term rentals, and some that were concerned about if licensing was implemented, what the cost versus benefit would be. Staff have done a bit of analysis later on in the report to try and provide some of that information. Everything, again, as previously noted from it, we would need a clear definition of what an STR is for a licensing bylaw. Trying to find a way to address behavior of renters, garbage, capacity issues, the ongoing impact, and our staff do completely empathize with those that are living in these neighborhoods that have bad STR operators living beside them and operating beside them, or not living and renting out. And we want to make sure that's clear. Like, it's not that staff don't have empathy. We're just responsible for bringing options to council so council can make their decision on this matter. We do provide some statistics over the last couple of years as to relative number of complaints received. So council has a scope of noise, burning, barking dogs, property standard complaints across the whole of the municipality when compared to short-term rentals. We do want to note that the existing rules do exist in our regulatory bylaws. So in our parking, you cannot park a vehicle on a sidewalk. You can't park within or in front of 2 meters of a driveway, anywhere in excess of 48 hours, or in a way that impedes traffic. So we have to make sure that emergency services can get through. And all of these have existing step fines in our bylaws that are established already. Our noise bylaw already prohibits excessive noise outside of permitted hours, hooting, hollering, yelling, and similar noise. And that means anything sort of after 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. Monday to Thursday. And then Friday through Sunday. So this is your weekend, that 9 o'clock switches to 11 p.m. Fireworks, we already prohibit consumer fireworks and being discharged, setting out and set off outside of, May long weekend, Canada Day, those types of things. Open air burning, they must have a permit. They have to adhere to the permit. So, and they cannot create a nuisance. So if you have a giant bonfire that's spraying smoke that would go to your neighbors, and fire would attend and address the matter appropriately. So one thing I do want to emphasize is that bylaw enforcement officers are not peace officers. Okay, I know there was comments saying, well, we need to make sure that the police are able to attend other things. Bylaw should be there. Bylaw enforcement are not going to respond to trespass issues. They're not going to respond at 2 a.m. to a party issue. That is not their role. We are working to align ourselves with the OPP so that if they do receive a call, we receive those occurrence reports the next day or so, and then we can attend immediately and issue a fine. Our bylaw staff do work every weekend all summer, all the way through until I think it's the end of October, and are doing so pretty much now as well. They were out on the May long weekend and we didn't receive a single complaint from anywhere in the township. So historically, we've proceeded with an education first to try and get compliance, because that's what provincial offense level offenses are about. It's the idea is that you give a penalty with the attempt to get compliance with the bylaw. It's not attempted to be like a roadside stop, here's your speeding ticket. It's to get someone to come into compliance with the law. So we've always tried the education first opportunity, but with council's direction, staff, when dealing with matters such as short-term rentals, can change that approach under council's direction to proceed with immediate penalty versus education first in limited capacity. And the trick is that we have to apply the application. We have to apply how we use our rules with respect to regulatory bylaws consistently and fairly across the whole municipality. So we can't be seen to be targeting certain groups too much over others, because we could end up with a human rights tribunal complaint against us that we are targeting certain groups over others. Following last week's, or I guess it's 2 weeks ago's public meeting, staff have held meetings or have held a meeting and since follow-up emails with Inspector Todd Langdon, who's the current detachment commander for the local OPP office, to see if there are different approaches that we can take. OPP and us are completely, unfortunately, reliant on public complaints. We do want to stress that they are confidential. We're not going to say who submitted the complaint. I know that doesn't make it any less nerve-wracking to submit. I've lived personally beside a not so pleasant house growing up, and in recent years, doesn't make it any less nerve-wracking to submit those complaints. But both systems, us and the OPP, are reliant on those. The OPP have an online reporting system. We as well have an online reporting system. You don't even need to call us. And staff, again, monitor those. So as soon as they come in for shift on the weekend, they attend the next morning. So in both cases, we're trying to make improvements. Like I mentioned before, the occurrence reports coming through to staff to try and speed up those penalty applications. It is not staff, again, I just want to reiterate, who are going to be attending at 2 in the morning to break up a party. That is absolutely the role of the OPP, and they recognize that. With respect to licensing, there is no grandfathering if their licensing system is adopted. So existing operators are not grandfathered. Everybody would have to get licensed. Whether you are a stay on the property, operate it, live next door, year-round resident, or someone who lives in the GTA and rents it out, the licensing system is applied equally and equitably across the whole system. So if one gets licensed, they all have to get licensed. So. And further to that, our legal opinions as a municipality cannot use a licensing bylaw to limit the density of short-term rentals, particularly in proximity, to use it as a proximity control measure. Council does have the ability to put a cap on the total number of licenses they wish to issue every year, but they cannot use a licensing bylaw to deal with density. That is something that can only be done through the Planning Act. Okay, so should council pursue a licensing system and a property complies with all the requirements as stated in the licensing bylaw, we are legally obligated to issue that license. Again, that doesn't mean then that licensing bylaw doesn't have to be followed and there wouldn't be penalty provisions in there if they failed to comply with it. So before council today, they have 3 options that staff have put forward in the report. One is to not proceed with licensing and see how the new AMP system rolls out. We'll do some proposed updates to two of particularly regulatory bylaws to add graduated penalty provisions in there. So that is one option. Two is to proceed with licensing, but with no inspection. So when staff were trying to find, I'm going to say, a middle ground to balance out between the good operators and the bad operators, and how to make it not as administratively heavy to operate. The difference between options 2 and 3 is that there would be no inspections done proactively when a license application is received under option 2, and there would be under option 3. Option 2 then would mean that people still have to abide by an owner's code of conduct, a renter's code of conduct, provide copies of our regulatory bylaws, or we can help design something that would consolidate that information into something owners can hand out and have on property. The requirement for a 24/7 contact person is in there as well. We thought about whether or not we could try and do a voluntary registry, but they're not functional. There's no way to enforce it. So that's how we landed on option 2, was to basically do as an option, you could have a licensing system that doesn't have the proactive front ending inspections, and it would be reactive only. So if we had a complaint, then we would be attending and we would start conducting those inspections, and any violations would be addressed. But they would be reactive rather than proactive. So those are the big differences. There are some timelines pieces that I've noted in the staff report. So to do option 2, there's a software solution to figure out where all these are, called Granicus. They are the ones that provided the initial estimate of short-term rentals back actually in September of last year. Might have been reported in November, but they drew the statistics back in September. We would actually require a new bylaw officer, so this would bring it to 3, because we need some help to organize the licensing system, ensure that we can do all the enforcement that would be needed so that we can respond even more proactively to any complaints received. With that would be the need for an actual second vehicle. There's only so many people we can put in one vehicle. If council wanted to proceed with full proactive licensing, in addition to the Granicus software and the bylaw officer, we'd also need a fire inspection prevention officer. They'd go by, they'd make sure that, fire pits are in place that are appropriate, fire permits are received. They would inspect your smoke detectors, entrances, capacity, that type of stuff. So there are some final thoughts that are in there. I'll come back to that in a minute, but the operating costs that are in there. So staff based to be able to provide council with some information on cost estimates. We used Orillia's 2026 licensing fees. So most within Severn average between 3 to 5 bedrooms that are renting STRs. There's obviously exceptions, but most run between 3 to 5 legal bedrooms. And so there's Aurelia's works as well, where they cap the fee at a certain point. So we based it on the max fee that they would calculated. So if you had 150, because we figured like the number count was done in September. So there are some that would have pulled their listings after the long weekend. So and there might be more that got purchased over this past winter. So we upped it to 150 for sake of clear calculations. So if we had 154 bedroom short-term rentals at the current Orillia rate of just over $2,000, we would bring in approximately $306,000 on average a year, which will go towards the cost of a licensing system. So that said, before then, there's also the amounts of costs listed above as to what the operating system would be. So depending on which option, 1, 2, or 3 the council chose, there would be no additional costs if they went with option 1. There would be some additional costs with option 3, and the maximum additional costs with option 2, and then the maximum additional cost with option 3. So, and Deputy Mayor might have a couple comments as well, as he operated Bracebridge's STR licensing system when he was previously there. So, but before I pass the microphone over, when considering a decision on this matter, staff just suggest consideration of the operating impact. So while fiscally the licensing fee may recover it, there is a lot of staff time that we have identified specific positions, but there also will be administrative extra costs on finance for processing all those payments. There will be extra costs on other departments as well for reviewing stuff. So I don't want to not make sure that that's clear and stated. Their consideration of the limited number of complaints we've received, again, not trying to mitigate the impact of what these folks are going through, but the limited number of complaints received versus the total number of complaints overall we've received through the municipality. And I do want to note that following our conversation with the OPP, I received an email late last week from the local detachment commander. It basically says that out of the 50 total complaints that they received last year, particularly around noise for Severn, less than a quarter of those were related to short-term rentals. So it's very hard to get a scope of the actual issue when we're not receiving those complaints. We as staff are not privy to the complaints the council receives. And to be honest, don't want to be privy to the complaints the council receives. But the statistics listed in the report do reflect the complaints received by fire. So there are some issues such as parties and trespass issues that will never be resolved through municipal licensing or by law enforcement. They will remain in the jurisdiction of the OPP. So I just want to make sure that that is clear. Many of the short-term rental platforms such as Airbnb, Vrbo have complaint system and controls over rentals that are advertised on their platforms. If a bylaw is enacted, there will be a need to plan for legal and contingency costs associated with implementation. So we could still have an application to court to quash our bylaw. So the timeline provided is completely dependent upon whether or not we have an application to court from anybody to quash our bylaw. So if that happens, though, we continue to operate while that happens under our regulatory existing system. The township cannot impose licensing restrictions based on age of renters, as this would be discriminatory. We should note that age restrictions already exist through Airbnb, Vrbo, etc. Implementation of licensing programs requiring 24/7 designated point of contact with mandated 1-hour response is the most effective result that most municipalities have found coming out of a licensing system, which is why we've given option 2 out there as a council option. And overall, while licensing can effectively regulate compliant short-term rental operators, it's been reported that non-compliant operators continue to operate without a license by using unmonitored licensing platforms, Facebook Marketplace, just general Google. Like there's no shortage of other platforms these days out there that are not the ones that we would be finding. In these instances, township would continue to successfully mitigate community impacts by just enforcing our existing regulatory bylaws. So if they're not licensed and they run under the radar, then we're just going to be defaulting back to our regulatory bylaws. So with that, if Deputy wants to make any comments, then.
Yeah, I would just add that when looking at a licensing program, the key consideration is that it's going to be a lengthy process to get to where we might want it to be, and that having worked in another municipality and worked with several other municipalities on it, the realization that a licensing program doesn't stop the bad operators necessarily. They still are out there, and we have the regulatory bylaws in place already to deal with those issues. And the consideration that, you know, we're looking at changing some of those bylaws to hold both the owner and the person causing the violation to be responsible. So when renters come in to our municipality for a short period of time, with just the regulatory bylaws as a standalone, we'll be able to hold them responsible, but we'll also be able to hold the owner of the property responsible for allowing and permitting that action to take place on their property. That just gives us a better enforcement of the regulations within our municipality. And again, that consideration that a licensing program doesn't necessarily stop the bad operators and the illegal operators that are taking place and going underground into different systems. It just provides the good operators a way to license themselves and show that they're a good operator. So we've seen that in several municipalities. It can be a cumbersome program for not a lot of enforcement result, and bringing those complaints, which in Severn are minimal complaints that are being registered. So again, emphasizing that we do require you to provide your information, but it is confidential information, and that is the best way for us to react to the issues that are going on, is to be aware of those issues and to be able to respond. And we do have officers that are working, you know, up to 7 days a week and are available to go out and issue those fines and charges.
Okay, I think what I'll do for the committee portion, we'll start at the far end and come this way, and then we can come back again, but we'll give Member McIntyre if you have comments, and we'll proceed down the line here. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair. It's a tough issue. Two sides to it. The neighbor who is being harassed by non-compliant residents or renters. I couldn't imagine how that would be at my age and my stage in my life. The mayor pointed that out in an earlier public meeting. On the other hand, I take a look at the young family that's trying to maintain the family cottage that they were left with an inheritance, but there's a debt on it and they have to rent it in order to maintain the ownership of the property in the family's name. Option 2 seems to be what the most popular would be with, I think, with the people in the chambers today. I've had a lot of discussions about this with my dear wife, who is a very sound sounding board, if you like. If anybody knows her, she's pretty level-headed. I've written copious notes and spent lots of time thinking about this. I don't think our vetting process by the Airbnb and Verbo is sufficient. I think if possibly having a high security, if somebody's going to rent the house I've worked my whole life for on the water, and they're going to give me a $200 or $300 deposit, they're not getting they're not pulling the driveway. $5,000 deposit and somebody on the hook for that $5,000 may deter people from bonfires, noise, lewdness, trespass. A manual perhaps for anybody who's going to rent an Airbnb or a short-term rental. Here's the rules and here's the punishments for violating the rules. I think we could reach just about everybody in the township on the tax when we send out our tax bills. And certainly if by doing that, we'll hear from our friends who say, well, another new STR just opened next to us. We could ask for that information to be relayed or at least forwarded to our office. There's so many on and on. So there's a plus side and a not so plus side. I'm going to be anxious to hear from my fellow councillors, the mayor and the deputy mayor, before I come to a final conclusion. But it's difficult for all you out there, and it's difficult for somebody who's only going to do it. You'll rent it for July. That pays their taxes and maybe their heat bill. So it's a tough one, and I'll eagerly await the response from my colleagues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Minnings, please.
Thank you through the chair. So let me try and convince you since you haven't made up your mind. So I'm pro licensing. I like number 2. I think that's a fair option. I don't know what more we have to listen to. I don't know, and I haven't heard from any young couples who are trying to pay their taxes on an inherited cottage and how this number 2 would hurt them or stop them from doing that. I don't see that at all. What I do see is since September, November, when else, I don't know how many times we've had meetings, is full chambers. We've had emails with growing distribution lists, and we did hear from both sides somewhat on the 30th. But even the people and the correspondence attached to the agenda for people who said, well, I'm running an Airbnb, or I live on the property and rent rooms or whatever. And those are all great. I am pro renting. We rent it. I've said that. But it doesn't discount the fact that there are a lot of people here today too, and I know the cameras don't show it, that are affected by that and that are asking for that. And as much as, and I know your wife and she's lovely, and I would take her advice on anything too, but It's these people here who elected us to sit here and make decisions. And I don't have the same problems or identify with all of the bylaws we have in place. I may not, all those bylaws may not apply to me, but we put bylaws in place, not as punitive, not to hurt somebody. We're not wanting people to not be able to pay their mortgage or be able to maintain their family home or pay their taxes. We want that. But we need this bylaw. And the other thing I'll state is that it will give us a third bylaw officer, and I cannot stress how important that is enough to my colleagues here, is that when I came on council, not even 4 years ago, we had one bylaw officer, and we would hire a part-time one in the summer for the busy time. But argued successfully that it's busy all year round, not just in the summer and not just on long weekends. So now we have two bylaw officers, but after the April 30th meeting, I went online and I saw that we're advertising for a bylaw officer. So right now we're back down to one bylaw officer, everybody. And there's one hired. I understand they're starting next month. But I know through my work and my full-time work that when you have two key positions, which I do believe bylaw is, it's the cost of doing business. It's a cost of maintaining a safe community and a community where people all play by the same rules and know what the rules are. So as far as education, 100%. But by having three bylaw officers, when we're down one, and it's been a bit of a revolving door trying to maintain, I don't know why they leave us when they come. That's a whole other discussion. But if we had three bylaw officers at $112,000 or whatever, that's a pretty cheap deal for giving all these people back their peace of mind. And when you think of what we all pay, whether we're on the water or not, that's the cost of running a township. And that's the cost of putting a shingle out there and doing business. And I'd say that's a sale price. So having three bylaw officers, knowing that the risk is that we'll always be down one because they'll quit to go somewhere else, then we will at least maintain some kind of a reasonable base. We are one of the few townships that don't have this. I think 147 rental properties is a significant amount of money based on the example at $2,000 or whatever property. That will mostly pay for it. So I do support it. I've sat here before defending parking tickets in Coldwater or stop signs, near a school or all kinds of things. They're important because people tell us they're important. And that's how municipal politics works, everyone. We're the closest level of government to the street. Not the province, not the feds. We are it. We're the ones who get to see the whites of people's eyes and talk to people. And I take that seriously. And I know my colleagues do too. And I want to thank you all for even when I brought this as a motion back in the fall, that we said we're going to talk about it. And I'm really proud of us and the staff. And I'm also proud of the people who took the time to call their counselors, whatever side of the argument, to write in, to come to meetings and to speak, because none of it's easy. But there's three groups on this team. And I think we're all want to be part of a really good Severn. And I think that's the key thing. So I'm confident that this council will do the right thing and listen to what the people are asking for and put in yet another one of the 100 or more bylaws that we heard that we have in this community, and do it with a proud way and be able to explain to people, we're not doing it to hurt you. As a matter of fact, we want to help you. But we need to have something, and it will give us more foundation and more strength as we go forward. My last comment will be to the deputy clerk. Thank you for your comments. And I think you came from Muskoka Township. And I heard what you said, which sounded a little bit like, it sounded to me like what I heard was that it was discouraging us from going that route, as it wasn't going to solve a problem. But yet there's the township that you came from. And they do have a licensing bylaw, just like many do. So I'm really trying to sift through what I believe are opinions and focus on the recommendations. And the recommendations in this report are clear. There are 3, and I choose number 2.
Thank you, Member Cox.
Hi there. I'm not going to reiterate. I do agree. I looked at it in a different way. I think 2 is the way to go. And I spent many hours going through every single municipality I could find that had any type of licensing. I believe it should be graduated fees. I believe that you could do it per bedroom fee, but I don't think we should cap it after 4, because in my opinion, more people are more aggravation and more party. The other one I looked at, they all had graduated fees, and then there was an on-site host no fee. You still have to put in for a license, but if you live in that house and you're renting out a bedroom, yes, you need to get a license, but you don't need to have a fee because you're living there and you are going to ensure that nobody is going to do anything because it's your home. Or if you have an accessory building on your property, you will be there. So that stops penalizing those people. The other one we worried about were the mom and pops, we called them, the cottage ones. And I talked to Tiny Township, and the CAO said to me, if you are not advertising your cottage on a commercial platform or commercially, then you are not considered an STR because it's not commercial. So if you have a cottage that you've rented to Great Aunt Susan and Joe down the street for the last 30 years and you have no issues, really that you just carry on in your own way because you are not commercially advertising. Thus, it leaves those people alone, and we have not heard from them, and we probably never will hear from them. The next one that was very important to me is the absentee landlord. This is where a lot of our problems come from. And the contact person, in my opinion, you got 30 minutes to an hour to be there. And I went on, I think it was Grey Highlands, and they showed a picture. The call comes in from the neighbor calls, and that person has 30 minutes to get there. And if they're not there in 30 minutes, the call goes out to the OPP. So you have to be there. If you can't be there, then you don't get this. You don't get a license. The other one I like is the AMPS plus demerit. You get demerit points. A lot of the ones that had no inspection, you sent out your application to them, they filled it out. They had a picture of their property, they had to have a parking plan, they had to show where their septic system was. They have to do it all. And it comes back, and they had to take pictures, and it comes back in. If for some reason our bylaw has a concern and wants an inspection, they go to that property and that person pays for it. Not anybody else, not me, not anyone. That person pays for it because it has to be done if you want your license. They have to have a fire escape plan, and they're told what type of fire extinguishers to have. The other one that was very interesting too is the booklet guides for owners. Very specific. There's lots of good ones out there. We wouldn't have to reinvent the wheel. It would be out there and you could do it. You can limit your number of licensees. So if you say we're only going to, do 100 licenses, first one's in or got it. That also can help the clutter or the number of people in one area. If that's what we have to do, then that's what we have to do. I also talked to Tiny Township because they have the bylaw there. And my concern is, and I'll quickly give an example. Joe and Sue decide they want to do a 25th anniversary party for their parents. They rent an STR and they all come at noon, and now you've got 50 people there. And the party amps up. By 4:30, 5 o'clock, it's noisy. Tiny Township has a noise bylaw that's 24/7. They indicate what is allowed, like tools, this, they indicate what isn't allowed, so that before it amps up by 11 o'clock at night and it's late and you've got a mess on your hands, and I was worried about drinking and driving, you can nip this in the bud at 6 o'clock at night because you have now broken a noise bylaw. So if they can come in and they can tell you, that's it, shut down, there's your demerit, or there's your fine, there you go. And if you do want to do it, they have an exception rule, and they get them maybe 5 times in the summer. I'd like to have a wedding at my cottage because my daughter wants to be married there. They come in, they apply for an exception. They have to tell their neighbors they're doing it, and they have to shut down by 12 o'clock at night. So that helps another issue. I guess, I think Great Highlands and Central Elgin had some really good ideas, some good complaint systems. But I believe that it can be done, and I don't think it has to be costly. If it's going to take time to do this, then we need to tighten up the noise bylaw, because I believe the noise bylaw is one of the key items that I heard about. The party starts and the noise starts and the wandering around and doing things in neighborhoods starts. If we can nip that early, in daylight hours even, then I think that we've got a good handle on this and work on getting the licensing with no inspection. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Burkett. Oh, let our CAO speak and then our
Yeah.
clerk.
Thank you. If council wishes to direct us to look at the noise bylaw, we definitely can. I just wanted to remind you that the noise bylaw is across the township. It's not related to short-term rental specifically. So if you want to have a party at your house, you would be then caught within the night, whether you're a short-term rental or an average homeowner.
They put the information out there. People should know. No offense, I don't beside my house want somebody whooping and hollering at 7 o'clock at night either, and there's nothing I can do. But if the information is out there, then people will follow it. And if they don't, well, I guess they're going to learn. It's the same as Joe, who has 3 cars and he parks 2 in the driveway, and we have to put up with 1 on the side of the road all year. I mean, there's a bylaw that I can phone and say, you can't have your car there.
Our member, or Allison, if you could speak.
Thank you. So staff already noted in the report that we're proposing to bring forward amendments to the noise bylaw, so we can review a couple other changes and bring them back. That was already proposed regardless of which option council proceeds with today. So updates to the noise bylaw, and I believe it's the burning bylaw, were already proposed to come forward to the June council meeting. Irregardless of what method or option council chooses today. I just want to make sure that's clear. Further to what the CEO said. So if council chooses to tighten up the hours on permitted noise, which they're totally entitled to do, it's your bylaw to reflect the community rules that you'd like to put in place. That will impact your neighbor that's having a 16th birthday party. It will impact your neighbor that's hosting a retirement party. So, or is just having their extended family over for an afternoon barbecue. So I just want to make sure that that's aware as part of that discussion when that comes forward to that June meeting. Because it won't just impact short-term rental operators, as our CEO just mentioned. And so long as council's okay with that, we can come back to that in June. But I just want to make sure that we cannot put one set of noise rules in for short-term rental operators versus the rest of the residents in the municipality. The bylaw has to be applied consistently. Otherwise, it's targeted and it could be accused of being discriminatory, and we open ourselves up to an HRT hearing.
Member Cox.
Supplemental. We haven't had any complaints, so I'm pretty sure that those aren't the parties that we're hearing about. Anybody, so I think I'm not saying we should do it. I'm just saying that was another method. We're talking about methods to help squash the grand noises, not the neighborhood noises that we all know that Joe down the street's having a party, and we know Joe's going to have a party and he's not going to have another one till next year. But I'm just saying that's another way to go. Thank you.
Member Burkett.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a multitude of questions, Madam Clerk. Am I allowed to ask these questions? I did give you the heads up beforehand. So as far as the noise bylaw that Member Cox was speaking to, in our municipality, in a rural area, we all know our neighbors. If we're going to have a party and it's only driven by complaint, we don't go looking for trouble. So I would hope, and for anyone listening, if you're going to have a party and you know that we have a noise bylaw, you would go to your neighbors and say, listen, we're having a party this weekend, come on over. And I'm sure it would take care of that. I'm serious. Like we need to stop the disrespect and the fear of people that are coming from outside our township that do not understand what neighborhoods are and do not understand what respect is. And I think that's what we need to quash. And I'm pretty sure we're all on the same page when it comes to the noise bylaw. But I thank you for your input. But I also want to thank you, all of staff, for all the work that you've done to get us to where we are today. So I'm in favor of number 2, but I do have some concerns as far as enforcement. The 24/7 contact. how enforced, because you did say any bylaw that is created, and I'm going to reemphasize that for everyone here. Any bylaw that we create here can be challenged. So what we're going to see are the good neighbors are going to adhere to the bylaw. The bad ones, the ones that do not live here, that do not own the house, may challenge those bylaws. And what happens in a case like that, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, your worship. So, in the instances that someone brings forward, you're talking in the case that we have a court application to quash the bylaw. So we still have all our regulatory bylaws in place. And we can, from my understanding, we can actually put the application system into place. It's just if it were to be quashed, then we have to go back and deal with that. But it's
My concern, Madam Clerk, is that I don't want to give our residents false hope by creating a licensing program. If the culprits that are the bad ones that are creating all the havoc for our neighborhoods, we have no teeth to stop them until we actually get before a judge and the judge has to quash it. That's my concern.
if I can. So our regulatory bylaws stand on our own. So if the licensing bylaw was challenged in court, all of our regulatory bylaws still stand. All of our existing penalties still stand. All our existing rules still stand. None of that is quashed through a court application to deal with the licensing bylaw. So all our noise regulations are still in place. All our parking, burning, et cetera, clean and clear, garbage requirements are all still in place. Those all keep proceeding. If the licensing system is quashed, provided you've done it through an open transparency process. I've also never seen one quashed yet. So, I mean, that was the case with Tiny, right? They did an open and transparent process and the judge upheld their bylaw. Didn't mean that they might not have to do some amendments and changes to it. And you'll have seen like the Township of Romero, when they brought their bylaw in 2020, they have since made 3 different amendments to it, depending on their lived experience through the system. So what licensing bylaw gets put in place might evolve over time as well. So
Thank you for that. Through the chair. So the first question I have, if we go with option 2, and these ghost hotels that are owned by a corporation or a partnership or not by an individual, can they be part of the licensing program? Can we penalize someone an individual that doesn't actually own the home? Can a corporation or a business entity that we know nothing about own this home and license that type of home?
through you, Mr. Chair, the township cannot control property ownership through licensing. I want to make that very clear. Whether it is owned by a person or a corporation, whether they live here or in the GTA or somewhere else, we cannot control property ownership through licensing. We have no control over whether or not that changes ownership once they're partway through, right? So we have no mechanism on that through licensing.
Thank you. Through the chair. The 24/7 contact, if we decide through licensing that they need to respond within a half hour or an hour and they don't respond, they don't get back to us, does that one demerit point against the corporation homeowner as far as licensing go if we go with option 2?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So that depends on the penalty program adopted by council. So, but if they fail to respond, then a penalty would be imposed.
Thank you. Through the chair. So if we choose number 2 and we have a licensing regime that says 3 strikes, you're out, does that license, is it only for the year that they're going to have to come through to renew the license? So it's for 1 year, or is it forever?
Again, those are going to be the rules established by council in their bylaw, but essentially in most instances, licensing is for a 1-year period, right? Because you also, ownership can change. It's no different than we currently have in our bylaw or in our bylaw complaints policy, that if we receive a certain number of complaints, we proactively enforce just in a regular outside of short-term rentals for a period of 2 years, unless the ownership changes, and then it reverts back to a clean slate. So licensing is done on an annual basis. It's not done on a 1 license and you're good to go forever. It is a annual license that's subject to annual application and review.
Thank you. Through the chair. Can we limit the amount of people in a home? I know through bedrooms, but have a max. Say if they had 5 bedrooms, we limit it to 10 people regardless. If they had, can we do that?
Certainly. So as noted on page 7 in the staff report, so Typically, it's 2 people per bedroom, per the building code. But beyond that, some municipalities absolutely cap the number of total folks that are allowed to stay there. Bear in mind that those capacity limits are typically tied as same as in Orillia when the noise bylaw restrictions come into effect. So if someone wanted to have a barbecue in the evening and they had 20 people over, that capacity limit comes into effect when the noise bylaw restriction kicks in. So if it's 10 o'clock, then at 10 o'clock, they'd have to drop it to say a max of 10 or what have you. So.
Thank you. Through the chair. Parking. We have, when a business comes into town, I know through our planning department, this isn't a planning application. We look to make sure that the business has the required amount of parking spots. So if we're going to limit, if through the licensing program, a max of 10 people and they show up with 10 cars and they're parked all over the road, is that a demerit point against their license if they don't want to move the car? I know that we can fine them, but does that become a demerit against them losing their license?
Through the chair, no, because if it's on the property, it would be through zoning regulations for what they're permitted. So there's no instant parking infraction that can be issued on the private property unless it's signed. If it's on a roadway and there's parking regulations in place, then yes, the officers can go out and respond right away and have those vehicles issued a penalty or removed if they're causing an emergency issue in that case. But if it's parking on the property within the driveway, no, that's regulated through zoning. We'd have to go through a bigger process to address that. It can't be an immediate process for addressing the enforcement of private property parking.
Okay, thank you. I meant like if it was through the chair, they were parked down on the street, we could give them tickets. Okay. If we have STRs that rent for less than 30 days out of the year. So I'm looking at the ones that may want to rent their property out so they can pay their property taxes. If they rent for less than 30 days, do they have to be licensed?
If it is a short-term rental, it must be licensed if you do a licensing program. There's no exemptions. There's no, if you define an STR within the licensing bylaw of being anything that rents over a certain number of days in total, then it's a relative to the definition you set, but a licensing bylaw has to be done consistently across all properties that rent.
Thank you. Through the chair. Well, I guess you've answered my question. If an STR does not advertise on these platforms, whether it's Airbnb or Virgo, do they still have to be licensed?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the differentiation you're making has recently come out through Oro Medonte, and that is done through planning regulation. That is not done through licensing. So if you're doing a short-term rental and we only do licensing, then they must be licensed. If you do planning regulations, then that's where you can get into the difference between the two. But otherwise, licensing is meant to be very limited, prescribed, rules-based. And if you hit all the check marks, we issue a license. It is not one where there's, do you advertise, do you not advertise? But it's very structured and straightforward. It's the same rules and bylaw that we use for chip trucks and salvage yards and all the rest of it.
Okay, thank you. Supplementary through the, clerk would like to speak.
Go ahead, CEO.
Thank you through the chair. I just wanted to follow that up. I can see where you're going, your worship. I would just caution you, if you start looking for exemptions, then I'm going to tell you that's what I'm doing. I'm only renting under 30 days, or I'm not advertising on Airbnb. So I think if you want a license, you need to license everybody. And I appreciate what you're trying to achieve here, but I think that's a really slippery slope and it'll get messy for you to enforce.
Thank you for that. And through the chair, if I may, I have one other question. So we did have presenters that were here in the audience that either lived beside their STR or they were living in their STR and they were actually the enforcement agent. Do those types of STRs need to be licensed? If we have something in our licensing bylaw where it states that they live on the premise or they live right beside the premise. And I know of 2 examples just down from member member Minning's home. There are 2 that monitor those STRs and there's never an issue with them. Do they have to be licensed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, licensing is licensing.
All my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Member Brennan.
Thank you. And mostly, a few comments, but I have mostly questions. And I did forward, at least some part of these, to staff to give them a heads up. I also was interested in the idea that if someone lived as a primary residence on it, that they would not have to pay a fee. I just think that if someone is living there, that's a pretty good way to bring things under control. And so if it's, and we do define principal residence versus a commercial residence in some of the material that was forwarded. So I'm a little concerned about the idea that it's everybody gets the same paintbrush here. And I'm not really sure why everybody has to be treated the same. I realize there's loopholes sometimes, but a resident is a resident, and that shouldn't be too hard to the tax system to figure that out. For all other properties, if we went with option 1 or 2, the idea that short-term rental owners have to have a contact person that can be reached, and not half an hour. For God's sakes, half an hour is ridiculous. An hour. I mean, I can't even respond to someone calling me to go help them lift something in half an hour. I have a life, but 60 minutes makes some sense. I don't know how that would be enforced, but to me, that's a really strong way to bring about responsible ownership and management. I'm still really concerned about the impact on the traditional cottager and how they're affected. And again, we've talked about the same paintbrush, but that's serious. And yeah, there are tons of people. All you have to do is read the Canadian Federation of Cottage Associations material. There are tons of people that are dealing with heavy taxes and inheritance out there all over Ontario. So to me, I worry about those people. And again, if they're not advertising on a commercial platform, I kind of find that pretty appealing as a way. But again, we've talked previously about how that could be an issue. I don't see the value in a municipal cap. If we're at, say, 150 now, Severn's a big township. What's our cap going to be? 400? 300? How are you going to make that decision? It's certainly not going to change anything we're dealing with in this room today. So the cap does nothing for me. And then we talked about how we can only deal with density through zoning, and that this as a council had decided that we didn't want to go that route. So this zoning and planning has come up. I just want some clarification, because why have we decided not to go that route over the longer term? There must have been some, I just can't recall when and how that occurred.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Chair, so council gave direction to staff on that matter back in November of last year. So following the discussion on that November report, council's clear direction was that there was no interest in pursuing planning regulations at that point in time. So that's why staff have not reported back, and that was reiterated back at the public meeting at the end of April.
That was because it's complex and long-term, right? It would be because of the amendment process.
I believe it's because
it
it would have to be an official plan amendment, then a zoning bylaw, et cetera, et cetera. So it
Right.
takes a lot longer to bring in place than a licensing.
So it's cumbersome. So, okay, just a couple of comments. I like the education first approach. My experience in my past life with enforcement of environmental legislation in Ontario, there's a lot of businesses that would be adversely impacted in Ontario if we went with that nail you first time around approach on things. Especially mom and pop operations all over the place. The warning system is important, I think, in terms of efficient running of businesses. So I do like that approach. I have, with option 2, a concern with the delay in implementing AMP, particularly based on the comments in the document, that the timelines for implementing option 2 look pretty iffy to me based on the way it's written up. And I mean, if August is the best date, the season's done. Because that's not likely. When you look at all the things that have to be done. So, the big concern is noise and parties. I would be really worried about changing the noise bylaw to, what time did you say? I'm a Irish Canadian. We celebrate St. Patrick's Day. We don't care what laws are out there. And you know, like, you're not going to shut us down at 6 o'clock at night. I guarantee you. So I have a neighbor actually who plays music during the day, speakers out in his driveway. His kid shoots a puck against the wall. I hear that noise, but I raised 4 kids. I get it, right? We have to be careful what we do to people here. Now, I don't get upset because he plays Bob Seger and John Cougar. I like that stuff. If it was country, I might file a complaint. But the bottom line is, people live normal lives out there, and I get the bylaw hours the way they are now, but I would be really concerned with shifting those to the point, to earlier points in the day. To me, that's like, you know, I want to live my life out there and have a bit of fun, and you know, 7 o'clock is not that bad. I don't know. It's a challenging decision. For me, it's option 1, or option 2 I could live with, but I'm really concerned about the implications on cottagers. So that's where I'm.
Thank you for your comments, Member Jans.
Thank you. Maybe I'll be a bit more direct about those cottage owners. So would a cottage owner who does not live in their property be allowed to continue to rent under a licensing process?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so as long as they obtained a license, absolutely.
Okay. In other municipalities, do all operators comply? Do we find that right now we've got 147 or so? Do we find that all operators comply? Because my next question will be based on that.
So through the chair, reporting through municipalities shows that no, not all operators do comply. There's also several operators that, through investigation, kind of fall off the map, whether you call it an underground operation, something along those lines. But when we speak about platforms and putting on a platform, there are operators that are still operating without a license, but they're not able to be found through platform monitoring, which is kind of our key way for a municipality to find all the operators, is through a monitoring system. Outside of that, we'd have to hire 4 more officers to go out and investigate and find all the operators that are operating without a license, outside of a monitoring system online like Granicus. So that's the best explanation.
Okay. And then cost recovery. We based our plan basically on being able to recover our costs with all operators complying by the bylaw.
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. So we provided a cost-based estimate to council based on a round figure of 150 licensed short-term rentals. There's no way to provide a cost benefit analysis if 50% of that was generally not licensed. I mean, we're still gonna have the enforcement costs related to getting them licensed. Or pushing them through that path, or penalties for not getting licensed through regulatory bylaws for violating our bylaws. So for the sake of today's report, staff provided an analysis based on 150 licensed short-term rentals and what that revenue stream would be like.
Okay, and if an operator chose to continue to operate, would there be a penalty?
Through you, Mr. Chair, then there would be a penalty under the licensing bylaw for operating without a license. We have that for all of our businesses right now, chip trucks, everything, that if they license or if they operate without a license, then there are penalties attached to that right now. In addition, if they violated any of our existing regulatory bylaws, then they would be subject to those penalties as well: noise, clean and clear, property standards, any of that. All of which in the future will come through the AMPS process as well.
I think Madam CEO has a comment, and then go back to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say to council, sorry, I forget to turn my video on all the time, that the numbers are tricky. As you start the licensing program, you will operate as a loss. And I think about Collingwood, who just got an award for their program, but they say, and I'm totally making up the numbers here, but say they had 100 when they were at the stage that we're at. Now they say, we've been really successful in limiting the number of short-term rentals we have. We only have 25 now. I'm just making up those numbers. But back to Michael's point, I would suggest that most of those went underground. There's no way that people are not operating. They're successful businesses. So we will operate at a loss. As we grow and establish the process, then we will get more people licensed and we'll find them, but it's not going to be cost recovery right off the hop. That's too much to expect.
Okay, so if in the case where we're not recovering our costs, who bears the cost then for the program?
As with any enforcement matter, unless it's full cost recovery, the rest of the ratepayers pay those costs.
Okay, I guess some of the other things I'd like to comment on. Part of this process, we've learned a lot, I think, as council, but also I think for residents that have been attending, that our program or our bylaws are really complaint driven. And those complaints really aren't at a very high level. I hear the complaints you guys have brought forward, they're legitimate, they're public safety complaints. I do understand that this licensing program may not resolve those complaints at the end of the day. They may not resolve the parties or the trespassing issues, the noise that happens. It's all kind of reactive. Unfortunately, it's reactive policing or by law enforcement officer coming out. I guess it would only be effective if we license and you have that 3-strike rule where it effectively takes somebody off the market or their ability to advertise or be licensed. What it still doesn't do is take away their ability to continue to operate illegally, or pay a fine or something like that. Right, so I don't know if licensing is the right approach. I'm not sure if it will solve the issue. It's a step. I guess what happens if we do move ahead with this and we find that we only get, 7 or 10 properties complying? Are we going to continue with this licensing regime, or are we going to review it in a 1-year period to see kind of where the process has been and determine whether it is a worthwhile process for our municipality, especially when we consider that it'll be the ratepayers paying for this program and not the STRs?
If council or future councils want to review a licensing bylaw, they can always do so. Whether it's in 6 months or whether it's a year, 2 years, 5 years. Sometimes bylaws need changing, as we've been through updates to our regulatory bylaws twice this term already. Council is very familiar with that process as well. So as has been the experience elsewhere, that maybe a licensing regime needs tweaking. So it could be that next year we conduct a review and something needs to be just tightened up or loosened, depending on whether it's successful or not, or broadened to encapsulate more of a definition of something. That can be done at any point in time. It can be repealed at any point in time as well, if that's the will of, say, the new council. So, because as we're aware later this year that things will be changing. So it's entirely, every regulatory bylaw, business licensing included, exists at the will of council. So they can put in place and repeal programs as they see fit. The only thing, if I can, the one comment I'd like to make, and I'm going to share my screen here for a minute so I can show you, for those that aren't aware of how this works. So with Orillia, because I want to use them as a bit of an example here because they've been referenced numerous times. So when you go to their short-term rental website, the first thing you see, it's going to be delayed here, is their page on short-term rental licenses. But right there, report a problem with a short-term rental. Concerns regarding a license STRA in Orillia should be directed to the responsible person listed for each location. If that person takes no action, then you go to the list. So bylaw is not the first contact then, right? So I just want to make sure that that's really clear. So what happens then is that a list of everyone that's responsible or is that 24/7 contact is posted online. And if you're the one with the complaint, you are expected to call this number first and give the property owner the chance to address the matter before you contact bylaw. And if they fail to do so, then where'd it go? I lost my page. Then you can come back here and you go see the agency list. And then there's this list. right? So if they fail to attend or fail to respond, then your next step is to go down this, I'll say, call it the call tree. But I just want to make sure that that's clear out there, right? So that there's a clear understanding of how this process would work through licensing. So the property owner is absolutely given the ability to deal with their renters and bring their property into compliance first. So.
Okay, just to finish off, I'd like to thank our staff for putting forward the report and all the work that you guys have put into this, and the residents for coming forward on both sides and letting us know what their issues are and how they feel we should shape this discussion. It does sound like council's moving in a certain direction today. Thanks everybody for participating in this process.
Okay, thanks. My turn now. I think today the goal here is to minimize the actions of bad neighbors. We talked about the good neighbors bylaw. Well, some of these aren't good neighbors, and that was a highlight that stuck in my mind here. But some of my questions may or may not have been answered before, but I've written them down. I'm going to read them again here. Can there be a trigger for the license requirement, i.e. if it's advertised, then license, if renting for a few weeks, then no license, or if there's been no complaints, no license? But I think if you can give me the answer to that, Allison.
Yeah, it's fairly straightforward. So if you're going to rent it, then it's a license. There's no differentiation between advertised, not advertised, live on property, don't live on property. Ownership is in the GTA or not from Severn. Ownership in Severn. There's no, if you're renting, license is a license for short-term rentals.
And then what are you proposing in the license as far as this 3-strike rule? Is there actually going to be a 3-strike rule, or how do you propose that? And as a supplement, what if strike 1 is being protested, do you still get a strike 2 and 3?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So it's the equivalent of you could have 3 penalties, and Deputy Clerk can speak to this too, but 3 penalties. And then if you've got 3, then you could lose your license, and this would all be structured in the bylaw. But it's no different than if you've received 1 penalty and it's under appeal, you can still receive a second penalty. It's like you can receive a second speeding ticket just because you got first speeding ticket. So so if you continue to operate and you have another issue, then a second penalty is issued, then it just moves along. It doesn't hold the whole system in abeyance.
Another question here is, can the license cap the number of attendees regardless of the number of bedrooms? So if we want, can we say the maximum you can have is 10, or if they have 10 bedrooms, is it 20?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So again, this is detailed in the staff report. So if council wanted to put a cap, so even if, a place had 10 bedrooms and so they could have 20 people, if council wanted to cap it at 10 for every property as a maximum, they can do that. Again, it's all about consistency when it comes to bylaws.
And this was highlighted in some of the comments from the people that, what if the number of bedrooms advertised don't meet the building code?
So, I mean, we've had this incident recently where one of the local STRs was advertising above their bedroom capacity. We reached out to the property owner. They have since revised their listing down. Well, as of our experience has been that they might change it day by day, but then if we're informed of it, we reach back out and they revise it down again. So.
Just and then continuing there, and on your PowerPoint from a couple of weeks ago, you had time to implement, and Tiny is they're into 3 years implementing. So what's the prognosis here? Like, I don't want to build. We think this license thing is going to solve everything, but it's going to take time. And I think August 1st going live is a tad aggressive, in my opinion.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So it's important to remember that in a lot of other municipalities, they've also done planning regulations in addition to licensing. So they had an official plan amendment they had zoning they put in place, and then they had the licensing bylaw. I'm not saying that there may not be the odd delay here and there, but licensing, given that it doesn't require an additional public meeting, may be moved along quicker. as is clearly stated in the report. So say if we bring the draft bylaw forward on June 24th and council is not satisfied with it and wants changes, that will delay that entire process. So I want to make that explicitly clear. Come August, the ability of this department to implement something after August 1st is negligible. And I will mention it, the municipal election ramps up and we have no option but to shelve most other work in order to get that done properly. So if the bylaw is delayed past that June 24th date and it's pushed into the summer and then beyond that, then it will delay because we need that 1.5 month, almost 1.5 month lead to reach out to operators, get the search done, start advertising the system, put the pieces in place, put the application package in place, all that type of stuff. So if there is any delay as clearly stated in this report, then that August 1st date will not be met.
In my opinion, we should do it right the first time. So that's my comment. In your report, it says a licensing program will not eliminate those who still operate without a license. So you said there is a way to penalize the people that don't have a license?
Similarly to if we had a refreshment vehicle operator who operated without a license, there's a penalty for operating without a license. It's a penalty that's attached to the bylaw. Or having a dog without a license. Same thing, we have penalties for those as well. So.
And just wrapping up, we were saying STRs are allowed are recognized as a use on a residential use zoning property. And we're saying you have parking, but how do we know the parking is safe on the lot? The lot could be a cottage lot with rock cliffs and everything else, but well, you can park 10 cars, but if this were a hotel or something, there'd have to be a site plan with proper safe parking and lighting and setbacks from the neighbors. So I think we're skirting around the serious issue that we're letting hotels go into residential areas, and I have a problem with that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the only way to regulate parking and stuff like that is through planning processes. So at this point in time, council's given direction that is not in a direction that they'd like to proceed. So this report focused on what can be accomplished through licensing.
Okay, then in all fairness, I think I'll start again at the far end and come this way. 5-minute break. I don't want to stop while we're going here. Okay, we'll take a 5 you. Okay, well, if you want to, if you ask the committee, if you want to have another follow-up question, please put your sign up and I'll acknowledge it. We'll start, Member McIntyre.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a thought about if you have a bed and breakfast, you're on the site, you make the muffins in the morning, everything's nice. Are we going to license a bed and breakfast? I'd like to see the difference between an SDR and a B and B, not an Airbnb, but a bed and breakfast. Where do we go with that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. So currently the township zoning bylaw requires a zoning bylaw amendment to permit a bed and breakfast, and then it would eventually be determined through the licensing bylaw if that land use described in the zoning was included in the definition of short-term rental. But right now you need a zoning bylaw amendment.
Okay, I had another question, but it escaped me for the moment, but some of my notes. I'll have to come back to it. I'm sorry.
Okay, Member Minnings, yeah. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
thank you through the chair. Just a comment that the zoning, so initially when I put this motion in the fall, it did say bed and breakfast as well as short-term rentals. They are two different things. One's zoning, which is the Planning Act. One's bylaw, which we have the ability to put in place. So that was the key difference. However, it doesn't prevent a future council to take the licensing bylaw and then go back into the official plan next time. I understand this council didn't do that, and that was okay in the fall. But the official plan, that's always an option going forward. But the licensing bylaw is a good solid first step. And I thank you to the clerk for showing us the Orillia. I'd been on the Romera and other townships. I hadn't been on the Orillia, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel here. I think we're in actually a really good place. We may be late to the party, but we aren't going to have to do too much in the way of effort to get some of these other best practices and models incorporated in. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Cox.
Yeah, when we talked about the fact that this may not go in August, I guess if we had to, we could call a meeting in July. But we also will be looking at our good neighbor bylaws, or what do we call them? And we're going to ramp them up. So at least they'll be ramped up. And if we decide we're going this way, we will be looking at another bylaw enforcement officer, and we can fix our complaint system. And so I believe that it's going to be like step 1, step 2, step 3. It will get there, but we do have that in our pocket. We still have the bylaws, and we still will be able to do that. And when you were talking about parking, in all the ones I looked at for licensing, they have to provide a parking plan. They have a site plan where their cottage is, where their septic is, or their home is, and their hookup is, and all that is there. And that's when, if there is any concern from any of our staff, they can go out and do an inspection, and we don't pay for the inspection. That person pays for the inspection to ensure that it's safe and done. Otherwise, if it's a 1-bedroom, I'm renting out my 1-bedroom apartment in my basement, or a room in my basement, and they look at the application and there's the driveway, 2 cars can fit in, they're fine. But if there is something that twigs a reaction that there's something wrong, or the safety thing, our staff can go out, but we will not be paying them. None of us will be paying them. That person will be paying them. The other one is, yeah, that was about it. And I think we'll be okay. I think if we work at this and do it right, there's a lot of examples out there, and Tiny Township, in my opinion, is a very good one. They have been poked at, they've had it all done, and they seem to have it so it works. And we're just looking at licensing, so I think it could be good. Thank you.
Okay, before Member Briquette, Allison, can you comment on parking as it pertains to getting a license?
Thank you. So you can, within the licensing program, put in that the parking must be set for whatever the planning within that property is. So if the planning regulations for the property state that the driveway allows for 4 vehicles, it can be in the licensing program, but it's not enforced through that. It's just part of the listing.
Go ahead, member. Cox.
All right, I'm terrible. I went to an Airbnb with my family. But when we were told you can have 5 cars and there's a camera and we got our contact person and they're watching. If you're bringing any more than 5 cars, it's got to be off-site and you have to figure out where to put them. And I've asked a lot of people who go to those and it's the same thing. That is there. The owner has said, because that owner doesn't want to lose their business. They have said, this is what you can do. And if you have more than 15 people sitting there, we got cameras. We'll be out to tell you to go. That's the end of it. That's what licensing can help do. And it works because I was in Collingwood, like at Blue Mountain, and it was very close and there was no issue, but we all were warned and we were told, now you can unload, but you had to leave. So the owners need to take it, but if there's a licensing process, then if you have a licensing process, then you have a punitive way to come back on it if they're not following the rules, as the clerk has said. Thank you.
Thank you, member Burkett.
Thank you, through the chair. And I just want to remind council that we may have some people here in the audience, but all of you know where my place of business is. I see people that are not here, that are fearful to come forward and make any waves because of what their neighbors may do. And there's lots of them. And I didn't realize it. It wasn't until last year when this came to a head from the Peninsula Point group that they decided to come and tell me. I know that our staff has provided statistics that there hasn't been that many, and they've done a great job trying to stop what some of these STRs have been doing. They get all the complaints day in and day out. We do as well, but not to the extremity that they get. And I know that they can't tell us everything, but I just want to thank them for what you've gone through in the past. And I'm hoping that this licensing regime, and what I wanted to ask you, Madam Clerk, what can we do on that meeting in June so that, and I know we can always amend the licensing program as we move forward with the bylaw, but what can we do so that we're all in agreement? And you may have to ask each and every one of us what we want to see in that report, or can we? Or is that something you're going to bring forward in June? Because what I don't want to see happen is when that report comes forward in June and we don't agree what's in it, and then we lose it. And we're not going to help anyone moving forward this summer.
Thank you. So if council votes to proceed with option 2, which I think is where council is generally headed, then after that, staff are going to seek a couple clerical directions from council today so that we can include them in that bylaw, whether or not you want to cap on the number of occupants, regardless of rooms, whether or not you want to cap in total on the number of STRs. We already know that you would like progressive penalties. That's very clear. But depending on what direction council goes with, staff for today going to ask you for some of that clarity so that we can pull that draft bylaw together for you. Doesn't mean that council can't make changes on the 24th, but it will give us some general direction to put those provisions in place.
Thank you.
Member Brennan.
Yeah. Do we have any idea of what the insurance implications are for mom and pop cottagers with regard to option 2?
Not at this point in time. I mean, in general, most municipalities are requiring an average of an extra $2 million liability insurance for general coverage. From what I've seen with Orillia and Romero and a couple others. But I don't know what additional cost that would be to the operator.
Okay. Member Jansen.
I think I made most of my comments earlier. I guess I'll just reiterate, I do hope that people really put forward their complaints if they have them. Whether that's to the Airbnb platform, whether that's to the township, whether that's to the OPP, the complaints have to come forward. So even if we do the licensing and you've got the 3 strike demerit points, if the complaints are only six STRs in a year, it's really not doing anything, this whole program, right? So I just want to say that, I see where this is going today. I'd say in a year's time, I think it will be worth a review. If the burden is on the taxpayers, I don't see the value in the program. I'm open to exploring it. And I guess we'll see in a year's time whether or not the program is paying for itself. Thank you.
Okay, next, my final question to Allison, say the licensing does go through and there's a contact number. So the complainant has to call the owner or the contact person. So if people are fearful now, it's going to be more fear, in my opinion. I don't see, so you can't be anonymous, but you've got to call the culprit. And I've heard from other people that they're fearful of being reprimanded by the attendees or the owner.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So these systems are structured on the ability for people to be able to call that 24/7 number first. Okay. Now, if someone were to contact that 24/7 number and the property owner says, or their property management company, because to be fair to a lot of them, they hire third-party providers to do this and be the responsive one. And that's actually quite normal for historical cottage rentals, where they're not actually day-to-day managed by the property owner. They hire a property management company to deal with them. So the complainant would contact that person. If they're non-responsive or say, go away, whatever form that takes, then the call comes to bylaw and we would deal with it. Or the complaint, again, confidential, then comes into bylaw and we would deal with it. Or the complaint goes to OPP, again, confidentially, and is dealt with. So that is the side of licensing, though, that with the 24/7 number is the property owner or property management company is given the opportunity to resolve the matter before it comes to us.
Any other, Madam CEO?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's the only way that licensing can work, because we won't have bylaw 24/7. So there just isn't anybody here at the end of the call. 7 days a week, yes, but till 7 or 8 or whatever they work at night.
Member Burkett.
Through the chair to Member Taylor's comment. So if no one responds on that 24/7 call, is that one point against them?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So if they say they called the property owner and there's no response, no change in what's happening, then a complaint comes into bylaw and we deal with it as a, I'm going to say a first strike situation.
Didn't hear the end of that. Sorry, Madam Clerk. What was the end of?
So if the complaint is called in to the property owner and they failed to respond or deal with their renter, then the complaint comes to bylaw and said, I called X person, there was no response, or I haven't seen any change. And that is then a regular bylaw complaint. We go out, we deal with it, and it'd be the equivalent of a first strike. So they'd have a penalty imposed.
Member McIntyre.
Just a question. We had just come off a long weekend. Would we have any complaints filed for the long weekend from Airbnb issues?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we had no complaints all weekend from anywhere in the township about short-term rentals. Bylaw was actively patrolling all weekend, so.
Member Minnings, and then I'm going to wrap it up. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And just to that discussion about the emergency contact, the property owners that I heard from that are running short-term rentals, and there are lots on Lakeside Drive in Cumberland Beach, and I get that. They, regardless of what platform they use or how they get their tenant in there, the 3 properties I spoke to, they're fully booked this whole season. They don't want to lose their 3 strikes. Who's ever going to be responsive is going to be responsive. They're not the enemy. They're not, you're not phoning a hostile number or a hostile person. You're phoning someone who works for the property owner. The property owner wants to own property in Severn. Who wouldn't? We all do. And it's just helping the enforcement. And I do agree that in a perfect system, people will phone that number the very first time it will be dealt with and the residents can go on and enjoy the rest of their day, their night, their weekend, and there won't be any demerits. But a licensing bylaw will give us the opportunity to have that advertised on our website, to give people an option from bylaw, to relieve some of the bylaw, because bylaw is, I agree, an educational tool and role also. So ideally, we will have licensed properties and we will not have any enforcement or penalties on it. But that's the system. You want the system to work. We're not setting it up so it fails. And the last thing, you know, is that those are friendly numbers. Those are numbers who are on our side. They want their license. They're running a business and they're making, even if they're not a big operator, they're making pretty good money. And I think we need to support those people to be able to do their jobs. And that's one tool that they frankly don't have at their option here in Severn. They may own property in Collingwood or in Gray or in Orillia or in Muskoka and have that tool. But here in Severn, they're dealing right away with bylaw. So I think it's a tool, and I'd like to say the glass is not half empty, it's half full, and it's a good tool.
Okay, thank you very much. And I want to thank everyone for coming for the last few meetings and all your input, and thank the committee and thank staff. And I'll ask a motion, I guess, for option 2, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Thank you. So the motion reads that Administration Report 826-019 dated May 20th, 2026 regarding short-term rental licensing be received. And the staff bring forward the updates to the noise bylaw and burning bylaws to the June 3rd, 2026 council meeting, and that option 2, proceeding with STR licensing with no inspections be improved. And further, that staff report back after 1 year of the program being in operation.
Mover there, moved by member Minning, second by member Cox. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, everyone. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So as previously noted, I'm now seeking some direction. So, so we can do the draft bylaw. So the first question I have for, okay, folks, if you're going to leave, if you could, we're still in session. You're welcome to. So first question I have is council interested in putting in an overall cap on the total number of licenses issued? If I can call a show of hands or something, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, are we saying like a number of 10, or what do you think?
Is council interested in putting in a total cap on the number of licenses issued on an annual basis?
Member McIntyre.
It's just a point of order, or not a point of order, but just a point of clarification. If you buy a property in Ontario, you have a bundle of rights. They give you a bundle of rights. You are a homeowner in Ontario. We've got this number 2's passed. But just for clarity, if you have a bundle of rights, you have the right to sell your property, to lease your property, to use it, do nothing with it, give it away, or enter onto it. And if we're going to limit the number of people who want to have free enterprise here, we're going to stomp all over the bundle of rights that you have as a homeowner, as a property owner. So I would caution the group before we step into something where someone's going to say, well, you gave him one, you won't give me one. You're all over my bundle of rights. And I just want that clarity to be out there so that we don't vote on something where we may have to retract it.
Allison.
Thank you. The only comment I'll make is that, yes, owning property comes with a bundle of rights, as does driving and such. However, there are laws put in place to control how you drive. There are also laws put in place with respect to how you manage your property, with respect to clean and clear noise, fire, burning, etc. So the law has clearly stated, and it's no different than there's rules put in place for how council meetings operate. And the law has upheld many times that it's perfectly reasonable to impose restrictions on how properties are used, how council meetings are run, how you drive on the roads, etc. So it comes within the scope of reasonable limitations. And that the only comment I'll make.
Just a follow-up comment that I understand all that, and that makes all kind of sense. But when you've got somebody who's going to want to do what their rights allow them to do, and you tell them no, and they're going to wonder why. Why are you picking on me? Why am I not allowed to do what my bundle of rights allows me to do? I understand that we could, we'd like to restrict it to 150, whatever, but the times are changing, and I'm sure that somebody's going to come forward and say, why not me? I'm a good operator, and now you're not allowing me. So it's first come, first serve. It's not going to work if we're going to try that, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, Member Burkett and then
Thank you.
Member Cox.
Thank you. Through the chair to Member McIntyre. Thank you for those comments. So Tiny Township, who had a major problem, nothing that we've seen ever. They originally licensed for 300. Guess where they're at today? 150. So I understand what you're saying, but I think if we started, and if there was a demand, we can always change it down the road. And this is my fear come June 3rd. I'm glad that Madam Clerk is allowing this to happen now so we can have that discussion, so that when she brings forward a report, there'll be things that we may want to tweak. We may not be happy, but I think at least we'll get the majority of it out of the way. And I don't know if the chair wants to throw a number out and see where we're at.
Well, how does 150 sound?
I'm not trying to, I'm not doing the devil's advocate here. 150 is fine for me. And I am aware of Member Burkett's comments about 300 became 125 or 150. I'm aware of that. We may never reach the 150 threshold here. I just wanted everyone to understand, the people in the chamber, that there's a possibility that somebody's going to want to come forward and say, hey, what about me? And it's just a comment I made. I'm not against the 150 whatsoever.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm a Member Brennan. Oh, sorry, Member Cox and then Member Brennan.
So by licensing, we are establishing STRs. Oh, sorry. You go right.
Yeah, it's Member Cox first.
Orillia capped it, and I know 15 people who didn't get a license, and they went, "Oh, all right, next year we'll get in there earlier." So it's just a matter of that. This is what it is, and this is what happens. I mean, they have caps on food trucks. They have caps on ice cream things. You can only have so many, and then that's the end of it.
Okay, Member Brennan.
Yeah, so again, we've established STRs as a legitimate business. We're licensing them. I don't know why you're in a hurry to put a cap on it. Wait and see what happens as you go through the process. This, to me, like you're trying to rush all this stuff in at one time. We don't even know where we're going. But one other bit, like what would our economic development committee say? You know what? We got businesses and we're going to shut them down right at the limit right now. Maybe we have too many Tim Hortons in town too. I don't know. But what's the hurry with a cap? Let's see what happens as this evolves. And because it seems like you're thinking this cap is going to deal with density issues, and it's not. Some of these STRs are in residential neighborhoods where people are resident. Certainly the ones that I deal with. And I don't know, but what are you going to say? I picked 150 because it's a number? There's no basis for it here. I say,
it was mentioned in the report.
I realize that. That's the number you have that exists now. What you're saying is let's not have any growth in a legitimate industry. That's what I hear you saying.
But I think nothing's written in stone here. It can be changed down the road. So,
or you could just not do it.
You could put it to a vote then. Let's do a consensus on who wants 150. So
Okay, I'm gonna actually, if I can, just so for clarity, and so it's on the record, if actually been talking, we're like, if we can make these in actual motions, that would be great. So, it'll be that the draft licensing bylaw included an annual cap on the number of short-term rental licenses at 150 licenses. And again, as previously noted in the last motion, the whole program will be subject to review at 1 year. So I'll need to move for a seconder then, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I need a mover and seconder first.
A motion moved by Member Minning, second by Member Burkett. All in favor? That's carried.
Okay, and then. Pardon?
Madam CEO.
I have heard talk about an additional bylaw officer to help manage this program. Are we, if we're doing that, we should probably have a motion to that effect, that that's what you want. And I should mention that we have just recently hired, there's not I'll phrase this nicely, a surplus of qualified candidates out there. So we will advertise again if that's what council wishes. The success, I can't promise. But if you would like us to hire an additional one, not sure where we're putting them, but that's a whole other.
We'll figure that one out.
Yeah, get the shoehorn out. The clerk's working on your motion.
So the motion is that the additional bylaw enforcement officer, licensing officer, and additional bylaw department vehicle be approved.
We have a mover there, moved by member Cox. Sorry, a question by member Jansen.
Thank you. Part of the financial considerations was also a vehicle.
Yep,
For
that's
the, that was in the.
That's in the motion.
Member Burkett.
Through the chair, I want to hold off on the vehicle until we have assurance that we have another bylaw enforcement officer. Let's just see where this goes. We can buy a vehicle anytime. You can bring it back to council. We can approve that.
Member Jansen has a follow-up.
Just also in the report and the timeline, when we talk about the anticipated go live, it does say that it's on the condition of software implication and the hiring of additional bylaw officer. If we're unable to hire the bylaw officer, will that delay this program?
May a bit, I'll be honest, it might a bit because we have to have staff to do it, but we'll do our darndest. We'll do the best we can. So based on that change, so the motion then reads now that the additional bylaw enforcement officer, licensing officer be approved.
Moved by member Burkett, second by member Cox. All in favor? And that's carried.
So, thank you, sorry. The other item is if council wants to impose an entire cap on the total occupancy. So regardless of number of bedrooms, if there's going to be a total cap on the number of occupancy. So whether it's 8 or 10 or, then I would need direction as to what that is.
Member Jansen and then member Burkett.
Sure. I remember part of the discussion was also about graduated costs, I guess. And maybe not restricting it to a certain number of bedrooms so that a party palace, let's say a 14-bedroom place, would have to pay their fair share towards this program. Is that a different motion or would that be included in different motion? Okay.
Yeah, so generally license like Orillia's right now is based on number of bedrooms up to a certain amount and then it turns into a flat rate. So council doesn't have to follow that principle. They could say it's a certain amount per bedroom that's licensed. So it's entirely council's choice. I think the question right now is, do you want to cap it in total as well? So regardless of whether or not you had 2 bedrooms or 10 bedrooms, you put a cap of a 2-person per bedroom. I'm talking about bodies right now. Do you want a max of say 10 renters in those restricted hours? So again, bear in mind, before those noise restrictions come in, they could have more people on property, no different than you or I could having a backyard barbecue. But as soon as that restriction comes in, then the occupancy has to drop appropriately.
Okay, member Burkett.
Thank you. Through the chair, 10.
Member Minnings and then member McIntyre.
Yeah, I could live with 10 as a maximum, regardless of the size of the home. I know Romera said, even if it's a mansion, they've capped it at 8. I think 10 is fair. And it also, lends the question and the adherence to our water and sewer and septic capacities and all of those, which are something that we all protect really closely. So I think that's fair.
Thank you, member McIntyre.
Through the chair, we're already punishing people and we don't even know what they've done. Why do we have to have a cap if you got a good operator? I understand the water, I understand the sewer. But back to Member Brennan's comment. Why do we need a cap? Of course, 20 in a 10 in a 5-room house is no good. But are we gonna tie the rooms to the beds to the numbers? If you're gonna cap it at, say, 10, then you've got 3 teenagers out in tents. Now, are they beds and heads in beds? I mean, we gotta be clear on this. We don't want to have to come back for a no uncertain reason. Why don't we just, if you're a good operator and, now you're saying, well, you can't have Uncle Joe come because he's got 2 kids. I worry about that. That's all.
Thank you for your comments. Member Cox.
I understand that, but when you're on a septic system and you build your house, there's a certain amount of people that you can have because of the bedrooms. And so you build a mausoleum of 8 bedrooms with a septic system, doesn't mean you should have 25 people there all summer. Yes, we all have company, but they aren't there from May until October. So I believe I can go with the 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Jansen.
I think it would be 2 per bedroom.
So then I can ask Allison for the motion would be maximum 10, but it's 2 per bedroom.
Does that work?
Well, you have five bedrooms, you get 10 people. If you have 6 bedrooms, it's 10 people. Two is full.
So just for clarity, so then the draft would be that an occupancy limit for short-term rentals be set at 2 per bedroom to a maximum of 10 persons, regardless of the number of bedrooms. If I'm reading the dais correctly.
Member Burkett has a comment
here. So what if they had 7 bedrooms? We're gonna allow 14 people then?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so the way this is drafted is say if they had 7, they would still only be permitted a maximum of 10.
You had a comment, Member Jansen, or no? If we could have the motion, then Madam Clerk.
Sure. The motion reads that an occupancy limit for short-term rentals be set at 2 per bedroom to a maximum of 10 persons, regardless of the number of bedrooms.
We have a mover for that, please. Moved by Member Minnings, second by Member Burkett. All those in favor? Let's get a count on that. So it's carried.
I think those are all the directions that staff require for today. We will bring forward the fees and proposed fees to the June 24th meeting. The amendments to the noise and burning bylaw will be to the June 3rd meeting, but it will be a special meeting on June 24th to pass the licensing bylaw.
Thank you again for Member Burkett, and we're going to take a 5-minute break again before the next round.
Thank you. Through the chair to Madam Clerk. What about the parking? So I know that we have a limit. What if but that would be policed through them parking on the street. Our bylaw could give them tickets then. Is that the way it's going to be policed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so they would have to, like any visitor to any property will have to abide by our parking bylaw. With respect to distance from driveways, parking on the street, blocking the roads, all that type of stuff. It'd be the same parking bylaw restrictions that would apply to everyone. But we'll have a requirement for submission of a drawing of where everything is on the property as well with respect to the licensing application.
Supplementary, if I may, through the chair. So will that be part of the licensing program that'll be worded in there as part of the licensing as far as parking and what may or may not happen?
So with respect to ensuring that owners, renters, et cetera, are aware of what our regulatory bylaws are, that'll be part of the package or handout that we provide to them that stipulates, I'm going to say the main points from each bylaw that they can include and put in the property for all renters and provide to them. So.
Through the chair, and I don't know whether I should bring this up or not, but if I know option 2 says we're not going to go in and inspect unless we have a complaint. Now, who pays for that?
So one of the pieces that will come back with you to June 24th, not the 3rd, June 24th, is a fee structure. So it will be an amendment to the fees and charges bylaw that will put in the basic licensing fee as well as any additional inspection fee should we receive a complaint.
Supplementary, if I may, through the chair, this is a lot of work for you, Madam Clerk. So I thank both of you and whoever else is involved. I can see the amount of work that's going to be involved to bring this back now in a timely fashion, but thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Member Cox.
Yeah, and I just want to emphasize that anything I looked at, for a licensing to send out a package, or they did it online, had about 15 things they have to do. It's required, so everything is, well, Michael would know, it's there. But I also saw some really good booklet guides for owners. And I really believe that a lot of this isn't reinventing a wheel, it's finding a good one. I thought Grey Highlands was very good. No offense. Anyway, but that's just my issue is all those things that we're talking about here, that application, they have to follow and they have to fill that out. And I really like the idea of the pictures. Take a picture of this and take a picture of that and making sure you have a fire escape, all those things, which Michael probably knows. But those are the important things. And then once we can get that and a contact, I think it will be very good. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Member Burkett.
Through the chair to Allison. After the June 3rd meeting, and if it passes, or 24th, thank you. Will Airbnb and the other platforms be notified as to what we have now in Severn, or is that something we don't do?
Through the chair, we can certainly reach out to those platforms and make them aware. We can't force them because we're not, but we can definitely reach out to our contacts there.
Okay, thank you. You have everything, Allison. So we'll take a 5-minute break. Thanks. Thank you again. Okay, back to the meeting. We're going to go to F 1.1. And I have a script to follow here. Welcome, and it's still good morning. There is one public meeting regarding a proposed development application in accordance with the Planning Act. I'm pleased to advise that this meeting is being broadcast live on the Township's YouTube channel, where a recording of this meeting will be available. Notice of the meeting was sent by first-class mail to all property owners within 120 meters, which is 400 feet, of the subject property. Signage was also posted on the subject property to provide information about the application. All of this was in conformance with the Planning Act process for a statutory public meeting for a zoning bylaw amendment application. Additionally, notice was also posted to the township's website. The purpose of the meeting is to inform and provide the public and committee of the whole with an opportunity to ask questions or express views with respect to the proposal. The format of the public meeting will be as follows. The applicant's agent will generally explain the purpose and effect of the application. Second, township staff can provide further information and clarify any statements of the applicant and or their agent. Next, the public will be permitted to ask questions and express views on the proposal. And then the public portion of the meeting will be closed. And lastly, members of the committee will be given the opportunity to ask questions for clarification on the proposal and provide comments. At the conclusion of the meeting, the applicant, their agent, and if required, township staff will be given the opportunity to respond to questions and comments received. No decision will be made today at the public meeting on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application. Following the meeting, the information obtained, including questions, comments submitted by the members of the public and committee, will assist the township to determine next steps. The township is the approval authority for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, for which this committee may recommend the bylaw to be considered at a future council meeting for additional information prior to council's further consideration. And I got another page here. So at that point, I'll ask our rep from Morgan Planning to go to the application Z 26-03.
This one? Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And it is still morning by 5 minutes here. When I conclude, we'll probably be into the afternoon. So good morning. I'll try to be really quick. Good morning, council, staff, and members of the public. My name's Vanessa Simpson. I'm senior planner from Morgan Planning, here to represent the applicant on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application for lands known as 4260 Burnside Line, more commonly known as Kavanaugh Ridge. Next slide, please. The subject property is situated on the west side of Burnside Line, just north of Highway 12, with the lands falling within the South Division Road secondary plan area. Next slide. A closer look at the property through aerial imagery. The property abuts Hawk Ridge Golf Club, while the properties to the north and south contain residential dwellings. The subject lands have frontage of approximately 121 meters along Burnside Line and a total area of 1.5 hectares. The property is currently developed with a two-story building with a walkout as a lower level. The entrance and upper parking lot are paved and primarily used for guest and customer parking. The gravel area behind the building is used for staff parking as required. The front courtyard patio is featured along with a lower patio known as Botanica Courtyard. The grounds are landscaped and kept well. The building is serviced via a private septic system and a well. You can skip the next slide to the pictures. So a couple images here. I'm sure you're all driven by once or twice. This is the entrance and the front courtyard patio and the front entrance doors. Next slide. This is a view kind of standing upper on the upper grass area closer to the front of the lower courtyard Botanica courtyard area, which is the subject kind of area of the application today. Next picture shows the patio area set up for their dining experience. Next slide. The application is seeking to permit a bistro restaurant use within the existing outdoor patio area on the subject property. The intent is not to introduce any new built form, but rather to allow a modest expansion in how the existing space can be used. The patio area, as I mentioned, known as Botanica Courtyard, is located directly adjacent to the existing spa building and is already established as an outdoor amenity space associated with the spa. At present, the courtyard functions as an eating area that is restricted to spa guests or spa clientele only, which limits the usability and overall functionality of the space. This restriction has resulted in the area being underutilized at times. The proposal would allow the patio to operate as a public-facing bistro restaurant, thereby enabling a broader range of users to access and enjoy the space while still maintaining its connection to the spa. Importantly, the bistro restaurant would remain accessory to the principal spa use, meaning it is intended to complement and not replace or function independently from the existing operation. The patio itself is relatively small in scale, with approximate an area of 29 square meters with a seating capacity of 25 patrons. It is also seasonal and weather dependent, naturally limiting the intensity of the use. Finally, there is no proposed interior modifications or building expansions. As part of this application, the proposal is strictly focused on permitting the use within the existing space. Next slide, please. So this is an overall site plan. The dark yellow area, you'll see like the lighter yellow, that's the existing building. The darker yellow is the courtyard area, again, existing, attached to the existing spa building. Through this process, assuming we receive approval from council, a subsequent site plan control application will be, or an amendment application will be required to clean up some of the items that are happening on site. That's just an evolution of the business. One of those areas being the gravel parking lot behind the building. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the application is to rezone the subject lands to permit the site-specific bistro restaurant in addition to the existing permitted uses on the property. It is intended to provide a modest level of additional flexibility while maintaining the overall commercial function of the site. More specifically, the proposal is to amend the zoning from general commercial exception C1-2 zone to a new site-specific general commercial zone. This approach allows the requested use to be tailored to the property rather than broadly permitted across other similar zoned lands. The exception framework ensures that the permission is limited and controlled and reflects the unique context of the site, including its relationship to the existing spa and outdoor courtyard area. As part of this amendment, we are proposing to add a definition for a bistro restaurant to the zoning bylaw. This helps to clearly distinguish the use from a standard restaurant that you'd see in a plaza somewhere. And it also reinforces the intended scale and function of the operation. The definition's been crafted to reflect a small scale accessory and complementary use. The definition is copied here for your review, and we are proposing it to be defined as a building or part of a building where food is prepared and offered for sale to the public for immediate consumption. A bistro restaurant is an accessory use to the predominant use of the property and may include indoor dining areas and/or outdoor patio accessory to the principal building. The use is generally characterized by small-scale casual dining environment with limited seating and may include a liquor licensed premises. Overall, the intent is to provide clarity and certainty while enabling the proposed use in a manner that is both site-specific and contextually appropriate. Otherwise, the subject lands in existing development do meet all other standards of the zoning bylaw. Next slide. So the subject property is designated rural within the township's official plan and zoned, as I mentioned, C1-2. The current and proposed use do conform with the official plan and meet the general intent of zoning bylaw. Next slide. A full detailed planning justification report has been submitted with our application. And briefly, from a policy perspective, the application's been reviewed against the PPS and is considered to be consistent with its direction, particularly in terms of supporting efficient use of existing developed lands and promoting compatible, context-sensitive development. The proposal also conforms to the Township of Severn official plan, which supports a range of commercial uses within designated areas, as well as the South of Division Road secondary plan, which provides more detailed direction for development within this area. In conclusion, we have reviewed, I'm not going to go through this, I just said it all. We've reviewed the staff report and correspondence received to date, and we're eager to continue to work with staff and see this application be brought forward to council for decision at the next available council meeting. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Vanessa, and I'll pass it over to Emily Hill, our township planner, if you have anything to add to the materials and information presented by the applicant.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon now. As identified by Ms. Simpson, and thanks again to Ms. Simpson for her presentation, the subject property is currently already a site-specific commercial zone. The property was rezoned in 2018 to kind of set out a number of scoped permitted uses on the subject property. The application being brought forward by the applicants now would seek to add an additional accessory use to one of those principal uses permitted on the property, in this case being the spa complex that exists on the property. As identified by Ms. Simpson, the property already offers on-site dining, casual dining experience for patrons of the spa use already on site. The purpose of the application would be to diversify that use and allow members of the general public to attend the property through the definition of the bistro restaurant being added as a permitted secondary use on the property. It's understood, by staff that there's no changes or substantial renovations to the built form required on the property. With that understanding, staff would note that it's understood that the bistro use would be limited to sort of that which you would find at a cafe. It wouldn't require a full commercial kitchen. It would be a scoped menu to really complement the services offered on site. As identified by Ms. Simpson, the property is already subject to a site plan control agreement as a result of that previous rezoning to permit the spa complex operating. Before the bistro use opens to the general public, the applicants would be required to obtain an amendment to that agreement to contemplate that new use and really narrow down any sort of detailed specifics, such as limiting the capacity, potentially hours of operation where it can be operated on site. And as mentioned by Ms. Simpson, kind of bring the agreement up to snuff with how the site currently operates and address any sort of discrepancies between the current site form and the original agreement as things have evolved over time. Planning staff have not made a professional recommendation in anticipation of comments being received today, but we certainly look forward to all comments and are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. And then we'll push it to the public portion. Any persons present in person on Zoom or on the telephone who have either questions or comments on the application will now be invited to speak. Township staff will call upon each registered participant. For those in remote attendance, unmute yourself when called upon and turn on your camera if you wish. All will be required to give your full name and address for the minutes. Please note that your comments will also be recorded and live streamed to the township's YouTube channel and will remain online. The township doesn't have the ability to edit the live stream or to remove any personal information provided in the course submitting comments or questions. So we'll ask Emily, are there any members of the public registered to speak?
Thank you, Chair. There are no members of the public registered in advance to speak to this application.
And if there's any members of the public who didn't get called or would like to speak, please unmute yourself, or for those in person, please approach the microphone and give your name and address for the minutes. We don't think we see anyone there. So we'll move to, does the township or planner have any further comments to make here? Emily, any other correspondence?
Thank you, Chair. We did receive 2 articles of written correspondence from external agencies in response to the notice circulated. More specifically, the TransCanada Pipeline has advised that the property is within their class assessment area where the pipeline monitors sort of density and uses within the general proximity to the pipeline. The pipeline has asked that the applicant confirm if their understanding of the typical occupancy remains correct, and if the proposed bistro use would be intended to increase the occupancy. Further to that, staff did receive correspondence from Enbridge Gas stating no objections to the application, but they do reserve the right to amend or remove development conditions. Thank you.
Okay, I'll get the applicant's agent if you want to make any further information on the application in response to the correspondence. So you're okay?
No further.
Thank you, Vanessa. So I'll ask the committee if they have any comments or questions. Member McIntyre.
Through the chair, Vanessa, is this going to be a place where I could drive by and step in and have a sandwich and an adult beverage open to the public? You don't have to be a member of the spa.
Yes, through the chair. Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Member Burkett.
Thank you, Vanessa, and just convey to the Johnson family how amazing this application is, and thank them for their investment in our community. But I'm going to give you a history lesson. That was the township office at one time. Did you know that?
Yes, I did.
Did you know it was a licensing office after that? I stood there at the top of the stairs, and the ladies at the bottom had typewriters as they typed your ownership. If you wanted to know, it was hilarious. You'd be lined up there for hours. And I don't know if it was a water center at one time. It wasn't a morgue. And then it became a water, and then it sat vacant for years. Pardon me? I don't know if the surveyor was in there, and I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. But anyways, thank them very much. Wonderful.
Thank you for the history lesson. But member Brennan.
Yeah. Yes. It's the company's done some amazing stuff since they've moved to Severn Township, and I wish them well.
Member Minnings.
Thank you through the chair. Thanks, Vanessa, for your presentation. And Emily, you touched on what my question was. You mentioned hours, and maybe it's too early in the process, but I know the location, and I know to access the bistro, there's a set of outside stairs, and it's right there. So my question was around hours of operation. Will it operate outside of spa hours? And then there's accessibility that you'd have to actually go through the main spa to get to the elevator. And so just for my own information, and I was very happy to see this come through in the use for the land and the expanded use. It's a real gem of a business, like it's just visually beautiful as you showed. And perhaps at some point, maybe a bigger indoor restaurant will follow if this is successful. But for now, time frame or especially around the hours.
Through the chair. My understanding is right now, the hours of operation would likely mirror or extend slightly past the hours of the spa. So, if you had a service that ended at 6 o'clock or you could, still grab a bite to eat or get a drink after. But those would be, again, details that we work out through the site plan agreement. The accessibility is a good point as well. I'll mention that to the applicant. We'll have that discussion. I'm sure he'd be willing to figure something out so that, everybody can use the facility. The elevator's there, so I wouldn't see why not.
Okay, thank you, Vanessa. I'm going to ask for a motion from the clerk.
Thank you. The motion reads that planning report P26-031 dated May 20th, 2026 with respect to zoning bylaw amendment application file Z2603 for subject lands located at 4260 Burnside Line be received for information, and that comments received at the public meeting be considered as part of any recommendation report at a future council meeting.
Thank you. I've got a moved by member Brennan, second by member McIntyre. All in favor? Carried. We're gonna break for lunch, are we?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is.
And we're going to go to F 2.2. And I think our CAO is going to connect.
Thank you. I should turn my camera on. 1 second. Thank you. I think SSCA is just logging into. I told them 1:45. Oh, sorry, we're not listening here.
Okay. Well, I think the CEO is going to comment here.
I'm sorry. Yeah. All right, are we ready to focus on F.2? We already told them. You told him to stay, but he doesn't need to. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, back to the meeting. We'll let CEO speak.
All right, so welcome to SSCA. So council will remember it was a while ago, maybe November. Two ladies came and asked for some additional water quality testing, and you referred it to SSCA. So that's what they're going to talk about today. I asked them to take a bit of a more holistic look because we did McLean Lake and then you added T Lake and now you want to add Gloucester Pool. So I said maybe we should take a more holistic look. So if they've gone beyond what you were expecting, that was my request. You can, you know, stop wherever you want, but just made sense to me that if we're going to continue to add things, we should look more holistically. So that's what I asked them to do.
Thank you for that. I'd like to welcome Olena, the water scientist and limnologist from SSCA. Welcome, Olena.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, members of council, staff, and guests. And thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on Zephyr's water monitoring activities in the township of Severn and to discuss future monitoring opportunities. So next slide, please.
Elena, if I can ask you to speak up, that would be great.
Yeah, I will try. So next slide, please. So first, I would like to briefly review our current monitoring programs. The Inland Lake Monitoring Program currently includes McLean Lake.
So, Olena, can you get a little closer to your speaker? We still can't hear you.
Okay. How about now? Is it better?
Just hold on 1 sec here. Okay, try that, Olena.
Okay, I started talking about the Inland Lake Monitoring Program, which currently includes McLean Lake and starting this year, T Lake. This work is funded annually by the township. In addition, SSA monitors the Coldwater River, North River, Silver Creek, and Severn River through the Provincial Water Quality Monitoring Network. And under this partnership program, SSA complete the field sampling while the ministry provides lab support. Next slide, please. Next, I would like to provide 2025 monitoring highlights. It was really exciting year for us. Before 2025, McLean Lake was monitored on a 5-year rotation with biweekly sampling during monitoring years. And in 2025, SSA shifted to annual monitoring. And the updated program included biweekly nearshore observation and 2 deep water chemistry sampling events. And our main focus was on early detection and reporting of algae blooms and other changing lake conditions. And to support this work, SSA introduced new equipment. You can see on the slide, it's an Aquatrol 700, and it was game changer for us, and we're really grateful for this piece of equipment. And also we started using new analytical tools. And as a result, right now monitoring results are typically shared within about 48 hours after field visit on the SSA website, unless there are unexpected delays. We also installed signs with QR codes at monitoring sites so residents and visitors can quickly access monitoring information while outdoors. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time today to review all monitoring results, but I would like to highlight few important long-term trends from McLean Lake. Overall, we've seen several positive signs. First of all, conductivity and chloride level are decreasing, which may suggest lower impact from dissolved salts and runoff. Water clarity and cloudiness continue to meet provincial guidelines. However, cloudiness has been slowly increasing over time. So this is something we continue to monitor closely. Oxygen level continue to meet guidelines for warm water fish species such as bass, perch, and oxygen conditions looks like they are improving over time. At the same time, there are still important concerns. First of all, total phosphorus is really high. It's above guidelines. Positive thing is that phosphorus is gradually decreasing, but continued action and monitoring are needed to help prevent future water quality deterioration and reduce the risk of algae blooms. Another concern is increasing nitrogen concentration, which may indicate worsening nutrients condition in the lake and need for septic inspection. Another important measure we use is water quality index, which combines several indicators, including phosphorus, dissolved oxygen, chloride, and water clarity into one overall water quality score. Currently, McLean Lake is rated as fair. And while this means there are significant, and this means that there are significant environmental pressures affecting the lake, and encouraging news is that the overall trend is been improving over time. Next slide, please. Now looking ahead 2026, monitoring continues at McLean Lake with near-shore observation every 3 to 4 weeks and 2 deep water sampling events. This updated schedule is based on 2025 results, which showed that water quality condition did not change much over 2-week period. Also, we expected that algae blooms monitoring would also be supported through the Smart Water Watch program, helping SSA focus staff time on urgent field visits and bloom investigation when needed. In addition, SSA started monitoring T Lake in May 2026, and I would like to thank the amazing lake volunteers who are helping a lot. And right now, T Lake monitoring includes biweekly nearshore visits to deep water chemistry sampling events and QR code signs similar to those at McLean Lake. If results show that water quality conditions do not change much over 2-week period, the monitoring frequency may later shift to every 3 to 4 weeks in 2027, similar to McLean Lake. The total cost for 2026 for T Lake was a bit more than 12,000. Next slide, please. Next, I would like to briefly discuss a new citizen science program that I mentioned before. It's called Smart Water Watch. It's funded partially through Canada Water Agency, and we extended it to our In the Lake program, and it's like just was implemented into our existing monitoring program with no additional cost. Next slide, please. So this program combines citizen science, traditional water quality monitoring, and modern technologies such as satellite data and mobile reporting tools. Through this pilot program, residents and visitors can submit observation and photos of lake condition using an online form. And also people can join through this QR code, and we will follow up with them. While there is like a strong focus on algae blooms, observations are not limited to blooms alone, and residents can also report other concerning lake conditions. SSA will review all submissions and provide public updates on reported conditions. Of course, if severe or unusual conditions are reported, SSA may also complete field visits and additional field sample collection. Next slide, please. Participation in this program is open to both community members and visitors, and tiered participation model allows people to participate in a way that works best for them, depending on their interest, available time, and experience. The program is still under development, with board and implementation expected in 2027. However, the lake condition observation tool that I was mentioning before, as a reporting tool for algae blooms, is already active. So if you scan QR code, you can go to online form and submit your observation. SCCA will be hosting a webinar on June 30th, and more details will be shared soon. Next slide, please. Now we are moving to actual proposal. The last part of my presentation focuses on the future of water monitoring in the township. Right now, SCCA is working on the development of an integrated water monitoring program. This program is still in the early stages, and significant work is still needed, but I would like to briefly share the direction we are moving toward. The program would build on our current monitoring activities, but expand both the monitoring areas and the way data is analyzed and used for decision making. Instead of looking at lakes and streams as separate systems, we want to better understand how they are connected within the watershed and develop a more complete picture of overall watershed health. An important part of this work is not only collecting data, but understanding how to use data effectively to support adaptive database decision making. And we already started in internal discussion at SCCA, and once a draft framework is ready, we hope to begin discussion with municipalities and potentially establish a working group. Next slide, please. At this stage, we are exploring two main approaches to data collection. The first is traditional field monitoring, and second is remote sensing using satellite data that is currently being explored through the Smart Water Watch and remains under development. And we recognize that satellite monitoring has limitation and additional work is needed to better understand its scope, reliability, and practical applications. And this slide, provide brief summary of field monitoring component. And we expect that stream monitoring to continue as usual through the provincial water quality monitoring, unless there are future provincial funding changes. And the large unknown at this point is inland lake monitoring. And proposed program will continue to monitor McLean Lake and T Lake, and could expand to include Gloucester Pool beginning in 2027. And in this table, you can see a short summary, what's done and what can be done in 2027. Of course, monitoring frequency and overall scope would depend on available funding and future priorities identified by the township and community. And on next slide, I have a short explanation of possible scenarios. Here, I think you have this table in our report. So on the table, you can see a few possible monitoring scenarios. Depending on funding and monitoring goals, program could range from bi-weekly to monthly monitoring and may include full chemistry analysis, in situ measurements only, or combination of both. We can also add analysis for E. coli and for microcystin. It's still under discussion. These options can be adjusted depending on priorities, available resources, and the level of detail required. And we would be happy to discuss the scenarios further if needed. Next slide. So there was also a request about information about lake capacity model, which is one of possible nutrient loading modeling approach. It was developed in 2016 by Ministry of the Environment with collaboration with other ministries. And it's supposed to guide municipalities carry out lakeshore capacity assessment of inland lakes on Ontario's Precambrian shale. So it was like really area specific. In simple terms, the model estimates how much additional phosphorus a lake may receive from shoreline development, such as cottages, septic system, land clearing, and whether the lake may be able to handle that increase without significant water quality impacts. The model uses information such as lake size, depths, watershed characteristics, and other things. This model can support planning decision, but it's important to understand its limitations. For example, it cannot identify exact phosphorus source. And results may be less reliable within shallow or highly organic lakes. That's really important to keep in mind. I want to mention that different modeling approaches are available as well, and I have short summary in the table. You can see it like depends on level and question that we want to answer, and of course cost vary depending on the complexity of the assessment. And my last slide, just to summarize. So for 2026, SCCA is already operating at monitoring capacity, and we cannot add another like for this season. So, but we propose working with township staff and community to develop a prioritized inland lake list for Severn and prepare a full implementation proposal, including guidance on how monitoring results could be used for decision making. And importantly, this planning work could be proceed with no increase to the 2026 budget. In addition, Gloucester Pool could immediately participate in the Smart Water Watch program with no additional cost. Then in 2027, SCCA would return to Council with a proposed integrated water monitoring program for future review and discussion. And thank you again for the opportunity to present today and for your support. And I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alina. Member Cox has a comment.
This is very interesting and it's lots of good information. My only concern is the motion says we move beyond and we do this, but I think it should go to budget. I don't know that we should be saying that we're going to do something and not go to budget for 2027. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But
Madam CEO.
Yep, the motion can be whatever council
Okay,
wants it to be.
so
You asked for this presentation, what you do
I
with it
just
is
thought,
up to you.
okay, so I haven't got a problem with it. I just think that it's all very good information, but this is one of those things I think that needs to be referred to the 2027 budget so that it can be looked after. I don't like to, in the middle of a budget year, say, let's spend this or let's do this. I think it's only fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Brennan, and then Member Minnings.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. Yeah, to me, the critical thing here, and I have no problem with it going to budget, that's fine. But the critical thing here is this decision tree, what we can do with the information. So it's great to have information, but we also need to know that should we get adverse impacts, adverse effects and they're pretty important areas, I would imagine. It's not my area, but they're pretty significant bodies of water. What can, obviously the information is going to signal that we need to do something or not do something. And I'd be really keen in seeing the decision tree, certainly when this comes up at budget time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minnings.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for your presentation. Alina, it was very good. I have a couple questions. In the Smart Water Watch program, you had mentioned on one of the last slides that there could be participation, and you mentioned that it was at no cost. Does that mean that it's free to have the Smart Water Watch program?
Through the chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
this program was partially funded through Canada Water Agency, so we applied for that funding last year, but Canada Water Agency funding covers open water portion, and we decided just to extend this framework in the lakes because like the same approach, the same data analysis, everything. So and it's already like we are doing lots of things under inland lake monitoring program. So yes, so far no additional cost.
Thank you. And then my follow-up question, and I understand that this is in the Ward 1 and sort of the northern part of our township. Is Lake St. George and other inland lakes in Severn out of scope? Are we only talking about the lakes you mentioned?
Through the chair. So right now we are looking like just want to include lakes that are already part of our inland lake monitoring program. Because we have information, we understand those lakes and we can apply the Smart Water Watch program. In future, maybe we can extend Smart Water Watch into other lakes and just use it as a reporting tool. Because the main purpose of this tool is to give people opportunity to report, to submit observation. We are not trying to replace official submission of toxic blooms to ministry. We're just like trying to add additional tool that people can submit observation.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I was going to add there that the only true inland lake that isn't in here is Lake St. George, and maybe I think you're tied up in 2027. Maybe you might consider that in 2028. And I just want to comment on a great performance that Severn Sound is doing in Tea Lake and cooperation on both sides there. It's great to see it. And as Member Cox says, this will be a budgetary number. But thank you very much. Madam CEO.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to clarify something. If I understood SSCA's presentation, if you approved it now, they would look at it for 2027. So if you go to the 2027 budget, it may take them till 2028 to get going. No, I may not have that right, but that's sort of how I understood it. I just wanted to be clear.
Member Cox.
Well, it said in here, sorry, that you're going to send us numbers for costs if we tell you what we want, and that it would come, give me a minute, in the end of August, in August or something. So bottom line is, if we say we want it referred to budget, we want it referred to the 27 budget, but we need your numbers so we can have it at our budget in 2027. So we would know if we could do it or not, right?
Yeah, your second last slide says this should come to township review later summer of this year, 2026.
Yeah.
I see Julie's popped on to answer that question.
I think that we would just like to have the numbers for August so we can look at it in the 2027 budget. Is that okay?
Through the chair, can you hear me okay? Great. Yes, the plan would be, I think, sort of referring back to the way that the direction the CAO is taking, that today you would tell us to go ahead and look at creating numbers for a more holistic view for 2027, and we would work to get that to you for your 2027 budget discussions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Julie.
I'd like to welcome Julie, the Executive Director of Severn Sound up there. Hi, Julie. Thank you. So Allison, can you capture that in a motion then, Allison?
Okay, so the motion then would read, if I have it capsulated properly, that the proposal from Severn Sound Environmental Association regarding the inland lake monitoring proposal be received, and that SSCA provide a budget proposal to be referred to the mayor for consideration for the 2027 budget.
Do we have a mover on that, please? Moved by Member Cox, second by Member Minnings. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Alina, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Madam CAO, are we ready for F 2.3?
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me here today. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. My name is Jasmine Chad, and I'm an asset management advisor with PSD Citywide, and I have worked with your staff to develop the 2025 asset management plan, which is the focus of my presentation today. So I'll be reviewing the project objectives as well as the details of the asset management plan and the financial strategy for 2025. And if you could just please hold your questions until the end, I'd be happy to answer them as best I can. Next slide, please. Okay, so firstly, I would like to thank Township staff for their cooperation and dedication as we worked through this project over the last year. So today I'll be reviewing the updates that have been made for this iteration of the AMP, but first I wanted to provide an overview and context on the project and asset management in Ontario in general. Next slide, please. So this project included a detailed review of over 6,000 municipal assets in Severn Township to ensure that the data, condition ratings, and replacement costs are up to date. We also refined system models for your life cycle strategies and long-term capital forecasts using updated condition information and current unit costs. Another key objective for the project was to support long-term financial sustainability by identifying funding gaps and evaluating realistic funding approaches. So we analyzed different service level scenarios to understand the impacts on costs, asset performance, and future investment needs. And finally, the project resulted in a 2025 compliant asset management plan that aligns with the requirements of Ontario Regulation 588-17. Next slide, please. And speaking of Ontario Regulation 588-17, just a brief context, it established phased requirements for 3 iterations of asset management plans or AMPs. The first was due on July 1st, 2022, and focused on core services and included current levels of service, your asset inventory and performance, and lifecycle activities and costs. Now, the 2024 requirements expanded on this to include your non-core assets, so your buildings and vehicles, machinery and equipment, and land improvements. And of course, the main difference with the 2025 requirements are the addition of proposed service level targets. So we'll get into that in just a bit. Next slide, please. So we'll do a quick recap of the current infrastructure. And just one more slide. So PSD and township stakeholders have worked to refine the asset inventory in Citywide to ensure that the AMP provides a realistic and accurate representation of the current state of your municipal infrastructure. So this process included reviewing and updating your replacement costs with approximately 90% of replacement cost methodologies based on user-defined values or project-based estimates or unit rates. So as a result of that work and those numbers provided by township staff, inflation of historical costs was relied upon for less than 10% of the asset inventory, which is wonderful. So the replacement costs for each asset category are displayed here on the screen. And as you can see, the replacement cost of your entire asset portfolio in Severn totals $443.1 million. And this valuation reflects the cost to replace all of your assets based on the most recent inventory available as of December 31st, 2024. Next slide. So the current condition of municipal assets is a key component of effective asset management planning. So this chart illustrates the distribution of asset condition by category, and that's weighted by replacement cost. So overall, approximately 68% of assets in the township are currently in fair or better condition. And condition assessment data was available for approximately 49% of your assets. So that includes information from your most recent OSIM inspection for bridges and culverts, as well as the roads needs study for the road network. And for the remaining 51% of assets, age and service life remaining was used to estimate the condition. Next slide, please. So this graph identifies capital requirements over the next 85 or so years. So based on replacement cost of assets and the condition of those assets, as well as life cycle management strategies for roads, so your road resurfacing events. The average annual capital need across your entire asset portfolio is estimated at $12.5 million, and that's indicated just by that red line there. So you'll also notice a backlog of approximately $14.8 million. Now, this doesn't mean that all of the assets require immediate replacement, but it is just based on their age and most likely a lack of a condition assessment. And in those cases, they would just be flagged in that backlog. Okay, and next slide. We can get into the proposed levels of service now. One more slide, please. Okay, so just a brief overview on what proposed levels of service are. Just starting with your current levels of service, which reflect how each asset category has been performing in the past and up to today. And then your proposed levels of service, in contrast, look ahead and define where the township wants asset performance to be by a future point in time. It is also important to note that the regulation, the provincial regulation does not prescribe specific levels of service that municipalities must achieve. So those proposed service level targets are very unique to each community. Next slide. Okay, so as part of those provincial requirements, municipalities must explore different strategies to support their desired service levels over the long term. So to help guide decision-making, we developed 3 different funding scenarios, each reflecting a different approach so that we could analyze the long-term implications of each option. So scenario 3 was the selected scenario. Despite the long-term financial commitment here, this is the best option for service reliability and long-term sustainability. Now, this option best supports your long-term asset renewal, and it would maintain your service levels and minimize infrastructure risk. Both scenario 1 and 2 were considered, but it would result in decreasing service levels over time, and those effects would be noticed by residents. Of course, with that said, the path selected should be assessed regularly to see how well it's working, whether needs or risks have shifted, and whether adjustments may be required over time. Next slide. So this is a model that was created to support the AMP process. We used decision support, which is a module that's embedded in our citywide software, just modeling the long-term impacts of these different investment scenarios. So the chart here shows projected average condition scores over several decades for your bridges and culverts for all 3 of the scenarios. So as you may expect, higher investment will lead to better outcomes with assets performing significantly better under full life cycle funding. Next slide. And one more, we'll get into the financial strategy. So this slide summarizes how each scenario would be funded through taxes and user rates. So scenario 3, which is the selected scenario, will require an annual tax increase of approximately 1.4%, annual water rate increases of 5.3%, and annual wastewater rate increases of 2.6%. So under this scenario, the township would implement phased annual tax and rate increases over a 10-year period to achieve and sustain 100% of recommended life cycle funding. So this is the approach that would eliminate your funding gap. It would stabilize your asset conditions across your service areas, and it would position the township to proactively address those aging infrastructure assets. So by gradually increasing capital reinvestment rates across all asset categories, the goal for this scenario would be to reach full funding by year 10 and maintain that level thereafter. Now, just a note underneath that chart, grants and transfers will continue to be an essential source of revenue, especially during that 10-year phase-in period to full funding. And this framework should also be supplemented with project prioritization and the evaluation, as I mentioned, of the proposed levels of service scenario. Next slide. This slide just shows the 10-year financial outlook under the financial strategy with available funding for taxes and user rates gradually increasing over time. And another important note, in years where the recommended funding is not required for active capital projects, those funds should still be directed to reserves and carried forward to help fund future capital needs. So this approach improves long-term affordability and reduces that funding volatility to help ensure that the township is better positioned to address those larger projects as they arise in the future. Next slide. I'll just go over the recommendations and next steps. So this slide highlights some of the key recommendations coming out of the AMP. The first area is asset inventory. So continuing to maintain accurate asset information and replacement costs and condition data as well. And that will help improve the reliability of your future capital forecasts and thus your decision making. There's also a recommendation to address existing asset data and tangible capital asset or TCA issues through a more structured data improvement initiative. And another key message is continuous improvement. Asset management plans are intended to be a living document that is reviewed and updated regularly to support that long-term planning. So to support that, annual budgets should include funding for ongoing condition assessments and updates to the plan. And lastly, the township is required to complete annual reviews of asset management progress in accordance with the OREG and reporting to council on or before July 1st each year. And that would be starting next year. Next slide. So PSD Citywide is recommending that council, in accordance with Section 8 of Ontario Regulation 58817, please approve the 2025 Asset Management Plan by resolution. And we are also recommending that council authorize staff to post the approved 2025 AMP to the township's website as required under the regulation. And just for next steps, the focus moving forward will be on continuing to improve asset data quality, updating your condition information, and refining those long-term capital planning assumptions. And another important next step would be to identify what support and resources administration and the finance department may need to continue improving confidence in the township's asset management planning. So that includes the data quality and the condition assessments. And also just make sure to develop a process for regular review and tracking of your asset management progress. And next slide. That's all I had for today. Thank you for your time and attention. I'll now open it up for any questions or feedback from council.
Thank you, Jasmine. I'll open up to the committee for any questions. I see Member Minnings and then Member Brennan and then Jansen.
Thank you through the chair. Yeah, lots of thinking going on. So the recommendation of the 10-year plan that you're putting forward, does it actually eliminate the funding gap? Like when we get to the 10 years, what does that look like for us, and how confident can you be in that recommendation?
So as of the data that we used for the asset management plan, very confident in that projection. However, again, it is important to realize that we did use inventory, which was the most recent at the time when we started the project last May. So that was 2024 year-end data. So any infrastructure assets that were commissioned or installed in 2025 or 2026 so far, those assets would not be included in our analysis. So they would that would be a main consideration when determining new rates and tax rates to set. So as a snapshot for 2024, all infrastructure would be fully funded under this financial strategy in the next 10 years. But very important to keep new assets and new assets from growth in mind too, when continuing to review on an annual basis what rates you're setting.
Okay, my other question, when I was going through all the information, I wrote down that it was approximately 48% was like conditional data, and it made me wonder about grants and transfers, and you mentioned that they're a requirement. And I guess my note isn't completely clear to me, and I apologize for that, but it's my understanding that right now we probably expect about 50% in grants. Is that correct? And transfer funding for this? And if my assumption is correct, that's something that we can't guarantee. So is that built into this plan, even with the 10 years, that there's an assumption that we're still going to be very heavily funded, benefit from grants and transfer payments?
Thanks, Member Minnings. I'll let Andrew jump in and then you can come back.
So if I can just respond through the chair to Member Minnings. The grant funding that's really in there would be OMPF funding, which we do receive annually, but it's certainly not guaranteed. Federal gas tax, exactly the same, and the OCIF funding. So all three sources, exactly the same. The other one, I would call it the aggregate grant, but it's actually the use of it. But it is variable. And I would say that that's probably only about a little less than a quarter of that total annual requirement coming from those grants. And you're right, at this point in time, that total 12.5 annual requirement is being funded from those grants. And if we were to lose them, then, the approach may take, 15 years to get to instead of just 10. And then the only other caveat I wanted to add in there, if there was a drastic increase in the cost of materials, like happened during COVID, for example, then it would also further extend that time frame.
Okay, thank you. Member Minnings, any comment else? Okay, I think Member Brennan and then Jansen and then Cox.
Thank you to the chair. Wow. Scenario 3, there's just no way. Like, I realize we got to pay the bills, but holy jumping. That is brutal. And man, it really does underlie the need for consistent municipal funding. It's scary.
If I can, just to respond to Member Brennan. It does look scary from what you see there, but currently we've been doing 2.4% annual increase for property taxes. And we are already doing approximately on average a 4% increase in water rates. So we are already doing, we're actually doing more than this 10-year plan is now saying we are required to do. So we've actually, over the last, I'll say 9 years, or 6, or maybe it's only 6 or 7, that we've been focused on ensuring asset management is funded in our annual budget. We've actually gotten to, we're in a much better position today than we were 6 or 7 years ago. And we can actually reduce, we can actually reduce the impact on the levy and still reach full funding.
So just trying to understand, so you're suggesting that scenario 3 is achievable without totally destroying the taxpayer?
It is, I will say it is achievable because we already have a 10-year plan to increase water and wastewater rates by 4%. And it's a 10-year
So
plan.
are we like somewhere between scenario 2 and 3 now? Is that kind of?
I wouldn't say we're somewhere between the two. I would say we would want to do scenario 3.
Oh,
But it
yeah, no,
actually is,
I can appreciate that.
it's less of a burden than what we're currently doing.
Okay, that's good to hear. My next question relates to our speaker here. Your third last slide is ongoing regulatory reporting, item 3. Every municipality shall conduct an annual review. Who does that report go to, and what would you expect happens when they get it?
So at this time, there are no mandatory requirements that report be sent to the ministry in the same way that your plans and policies have been. I would say keep a record of them for sure. But what they would entail is just reporting the progress of your asset management plan implementation, making a note of any impediments to the progress of implementation, and then addressing those impediments with a plan going forward, and making sure that that is brought to council before July 1st every year, after the AMP is endorsed. So that would start in 2027 in Severn's case. But as of right now, no requirements that be sent anywhere else.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Jansen, and then Member Cox.
Thank you. My question is just about the slide with the forecasted capital requirements. The amounts that are projected all the way out to 2105 to 2109. Like, are those based on today's construction rates, or are we taking into account that there could be, I think it's called the CPI, Construction Price Index? Is that already taken into effect here?
Through the chair, I can answer that. None of the projections for those forecasted capital requirements would include any inflationary adjustments. So it would be based on $2025.
Thank you. Did you have a comment, Andrew?
No, I'm good, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Member Cox.
Yep, through the chair. So the dome will add to this. Will the 27 million for the wastewater plant in Coldwater add to this? So really, we got some more additions here.
We'll let Andrew.
If I can, through the chair to Member Cox, you're absolutely right. And those are growth related assets. So the asset management plan focuses on existing assets. The asset management plan focuses on our existing assets. It doesn't take into consideration the replacement of growth assets, which certainly the dome would be one, the upgrades to the wastewater treatment plant. So those all would have to factor into future asset management plans as well.
But no offense, if this all happens in 2027 and 2028, it is now part of the existing. So we know it's going to be there eventually.
Correct. And then
Right.
we would factor, if the replacement's 50 years out,
okay,
then we would need to factor and increase that annual increase
okay,
to make sure we cover the new assets as well.
You know, I think at this moment, I'd like to make a comment is that we've done very well. We have good reserves. Like Severn Township has always been good savers. We've done well and we do well with our tax rate and things. So I see where Member Brennan was coming from, but I do remember you telling us we have to have this because of asset management. And some years we didn't quite get there, but that was okay. So I think we have done very well. And if we continue, we'll keep ourselves in a good financial position. Thank you for knocking on wood.
Thank you, Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. Andrew, are we going to get a report before July or is it next year?
It's next year.
Oh, it's next year. Thank you, Andrew.
Member Brennan.
Supplementary, just on your comment, 50 years out, that dome roof will have to be replaced in 20.
So, sorry, I was more referring to the water wastewater treatment
Oh,
plant,
okay.
but yes,
Just-
you're right. The dome will be a little sooner.
Okay, any questions? If not, if Madam Clerk can read a motion. Member Cox.
I just want to thank Andrew and Julie and Derek and I'm missing somebody. Tell me, Hannah, for all their work on this. And I want to thank, I'm very sorry, Jasmine also. This is great. We have this information and we will really try to follow it and be fiscally responsible. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So the motion reads that the council for the Township of Severn, as per section 8 of Ontario Regulation 588/17, approve the 2025 asset management plan and that the 2025 asset management plan document be posted to the township's website.
Moved by Member McIntyre, second by Member Jansen. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. And we'll go to F 2.4. If Allison or Lori would like to speak to that.
Yeah. You want to?
Or any of the committee, Member Cox.
Yep, through the chair. At County Council, we had a presentation by the Hospital Alliance and I kindly said, because they were asking for advocacy help. I got an email, which I forgot, but I will send you, from Tom Roberts, the interim CAO of Soldiers Memorial Hospital. And I would like to see if we could possibly get a meeting with the Minister of Health. It's about consistent funding. And the big ones that they have trouble with are hip and knee replacement surgeries. And one we all know are transitional beds for ALC patients. The hospital's funding goes year by year and it's a wish and a prayer, just like the rest of us. And it really clogs up their, it clogs up the hip and knee replacements for people here. It also, the ALC holds up beds that should be utilized for people who have to come in and out for care. That was the one I would like to talk about. And I didn't know if the other one would have been the Minister of Infrastructure about funding for our water and sewer plant, our sewer plant.
Thank you, Madam CEO.
Yeah, through the chair, I just wanted to ask the deputy mayor if, when you got that presentation at the county, sorry, I didn't put my camera on again. If the hospitals were making those presentations, because I translated into the briefing notes that we have to write, and I don't know anything about hip replacements or anything. That we'd be happy to support the hospital in those endeavors, but I'm not sure that we're the leader on it.
Okay, what I'm looking at is something that happened with this, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, that Oral Madani, Romera, and Orillia and Severn all asked for, to meet with the deputy. Anyway, and he said that he would give us all the notes, any notes we would need, but the hospital doesn't go to AMO and do it. Remember, we were the ones that looked after it and tried to get one. I'm echoing.
All right, we're teasing Craig here.
Anyway.
The
know,
hospital can come to AMO. Carmen used to come to AMO
Yes.
all the time.
But we would have to apply for the delegation, right?
Yeah, I'm just cognizant of, I don't have any staff to write a briefing note.
Oh, you
on
don't
that
have to.
particular-
I will get it from, I've got it right here. He sent me an email. We can just utilize this email.
Okay.
That's why I wasn't too, I forgot, but anyway. And then if we did, I didn't know, maybe Madam CEO, if you could talk to the other ones to see if they would put forward, and whoever gets it, then maybe Tom can come down to it and speak to it. But it was just something that we need to help advocate for the hospitals. That's all. Thank you.
Member Burkett, you had your sign up.
The clerk is just reminding me that the requests are due tomorrow. So well, the other thing that I should mention is the mayor and Derek and I met with Remera Oro Springwater, is that it? On aggregate production, and we are asking for a joint delegation to talk about toll rack fees. Is that right? I can't remember the second thing, so maybe Derek can answer that.
Yeah, through the chair, for the upcoming delegation, it's a combination of a number of municipalities, but the real focus is to look at a toll arc fee as an import or an export royalty by the province, and it's shared throughout the county, municipality, and the province, but then also a small bit back to rehab. And but right now there's no such fee for the opposite, the importation. So that's something we'd really like to look at, as well as haul route agreements and how to enforce better haul route agreements. So two different things.
Thank you, Member Burkett.
Thank you, Derek, for that. Thank you, Madam CEO. So I think just to add, for the benefit of council, we struggle not only Severn with some of the haul routes, and where, for example, this one here, for example, the one where they're taking New Brayley line as well. It's not isolated to Severn, it's throughout each municipality. So maybe as a group, we could ask the province for some help. I'm not sure how we're going to regulate it, but at least start the discussion. So the four of us will jointly go and speak to the minister with some of our concerns. And the other thing we heard, not only the fill that was coming into our municipalities, the impact it did on our roads, but also, wasn't there a portion where they thought the tonnage they were actually reporting wasn't correct? And I'm not sure how they, like, one of them mentioned that, and I'm not sure how they, like, they're ripping the province off as well, right? So I don't know how we monitor that, but make them aware of what's going on as a group, rather than just one person, one township.
Madam CEO.
Just lastly, while I'm giving you a heads up on what the plans are for Amos, since you've supported Derek's bid for election, Derek's going to go and support you in my stead. So he'll be taking, I'm going to give him my ticket and my hotel room, because they're hard to come by. So you get Derek this time instead of me.
Where were we, Madam Clerk?
Okay, so from the sounds of it, we have consensus on two delegation requests, one in the Ministry of Health and one to, I'm not sure what the other ministry is, but a joint deputation on the aggregate related issues.
We can, if that's council's desire. It's a bit of a tricky one because there isn't currently an application round open. So it isn't that we haven't got a grant. We haven't had the opportunity to apply for that particular grant. So we've been to that party before and they say, watch when it's open.
We have a motion. Oh, Member Minning, sorry.
Sorry, just for the record, because when we watch this back, you were just referring to the Ministry of Infrastructure, right? As far as another, because it didn't come across. So I just wanted to make sure. Okay, good. Thanks.
Okay. Motion.
The motion reads that a delegation request for the 2026 AMO conference be submitted on the following: Ministry of Health, the need for sustainable hospital funding, and a joint municipal delegation on aggregate production related to the TORAC fees and haul route agreements.
Thank you. Moved by member Cox, second by member Jansen. All in favor? That's carried.
May I start that to the chair?
Say again?
May I start that discussion?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. So in preparation for the MOU, staff, quite a large contingent of us, myself, the clerk, the director of public works, the director of recreation, and the economic development officer went to the BIA meeting to talk to them about what they would like to see in the MOU. At that meeting, they were super clear with us that as a township staff, we're not meeting their expectations for service. It wasn't the most pleasant meeting that I've sat through, but you know, we've heard it before. But I wanted to explain to council what I explained to them. And if we've got it wrong, then council can let us know. But what I explained to them at the time was we cannot provide them a greater level of service than we provide throughout the township. It's a big township. We don't pick up garbage for the duck race. We don't pick up garbage for the Easter parade in West Shore. We don't provide those services. So to provide it for the BIA is not something that we believe that council as a whole would support. As I say, if I've got that wrong, then by all means, council should tell us, but that's been our Ms. Kennedy mentioned that the BIA is different. They're not like other groups. And I cut off Councillor Minning's question, but she had a good one, how they get funded. So I also see them as different because they have the ability to raise funds through their own assessment, which we collect for them and we do the books for them and we do all those things for them. But if they want this enhanced service, they have the ability to raise funds. The other community groups do not have the ability to raise funds. So that's a big, important distinction and why we're really super firm on the line that we don't do those things because we just can't provide that same level of service across the township. I think Councillor Minnings also asked, you know, if we were picking up garbage, would it be a weekend? Absolutely, it would be a weekend. So we'd be into overtime, you know, we're not staffed for that. And again, I think if you wanted us to do that, you'd want us to do it for all of the groups. So that's why we've taken the line, but we did take quite a beating and I'm happy that Ms. Kennedy came to tell council that so that we can be crystal clear. Are we doing what council wants us to do by maintaining that level of service, or do you see the BIA as something special and we should be giving more?
Okay, we'll open it up. Member Cox and then member Brennan.
Okay.
And member Jansen.
I think I can speak on this because for 15 years or more, I was on the BIA. I was on the BIA as a volunteer, just as a human volunteer, and then I was on as a council rep. When the statement was, we don't have a pickup truck or anybody that owns a store or business has one. When I was on the BIA, we had committees. So there was an event committee. And on our event committee, we had up to 7 or 8 people, volunteer people. And we utilized my vehicle once, we've utilized other ones to pick up garbage. And the other part while I'm on the garbage is you can't leave the garbage on the main street overnight. There's birds, there's rats, there's cats, it's a mess. It has to be picked up that night and dumped somewhere, or probably, I think as Council Member Jansen will know, and I've known, it went home to my house in the back of a truck till we could find some place to put it. And they have a budget, they have money that no one else has. And all those years that this BIA has been in place, these committees all pitched in and we all worked together as a community and we did this work. And I don't understand. And they raised their funding. I think they went up to $35,000 or $40,000. And I heard they were hiring. There was an advertisement for them to hire someone. I don't understand why all of a sudden now. Anyway, I'm going to go on to the next one, which in my mind was, don't rent out the community center so we can have it for parking. I don't believe that that is the township's issue or problem. If the BIA wants something, then they should go to minor hockey and speak to minor hockey about it. That's between the two of them, not between us. We can't say to a renter who signed a lease with us that you can't have a game that night. No offense. If they want to work it out together, let them do a little MOU and work it out together. I think it would work absolutely perfectly. That is the way to go with it. Parking. This Witches Walk and all the other ones, and the Witches Walk is probably a big one. And the fair does the Oral Madani thing that goes out to the ski resort, because there's 18,000 people in Coldwater that night. And we've found in 2022 or 2023, I went to go home from working on a gate on the Friday night, and there was single lane of traffic on Coldwater Road. That is a disaster waiting to happen. A fire truck could have got through, but would have wiped out almost every vehicle on both sides of the road. All we've asked as a township is it's safe. I don't see it, the Witches Walk, both sides of the road being done. I don't see an issue with it. People come and they park. The issue is, which by law knows, don't park in front of the fire hall because the firefighters have to get in and out. Don't park in front of somebody's driveway. They would really like to get in and out. And don't park in front of a fire hydrant, or don't park so that emergency vehicles can't get through. That's all we've ever asked. And the numbers never go down from these events. And I wouldn't say they're escalating higher than they were, but people seem to find parking, or they come in groups and they go in a van or they get a bus and they do it. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't feel we're doing anything wrong. We have the West Shore Events Committee, we have the Washega Events Committee, we have the Lions Club in Coldwater, and all of us get volunteers and we all work together as a community. And it has to happen that way. Otherwise it doesn't function. And we can't be running around picking up garbage at 6 o'clock in the morning when it's spilled all over the street. I have nothing against the BIA. I think the BIA is very valuable, and their mission is to bring people in to the village of Coldwater as a memory and to utilize the businesses. And that's what they're trying to promote. And that's all I can say is, and it's because I spent years volunteering and it all worked. Anyway, thank you. Oh, okay. The risers, they're in the barn right now. Excuse me, through the chair. That barn isn't going anywhere and with them for 2 years, is it? No.
Through the chair, it was our intention as part of the Fairgrounds Master Plan to start on it next year, remove it next year.
But I would assume, no offense, sorry, through the chair, I would assume that the higher priority is the recreation part of the master plan. That building's not falling down tomorrow. No offense. But anyway, you can decide on it. But in my opinion, the recreation part of that fairgrounds and the parking and all those changes are probably a priority. We can talk about that at another time, but I don't see a problem right now with the risers. As long as when they want in, somebody opens the door for them, they get them out, and then we make sure they're back in again, or one person with the key.
Let Mr. Belfry speak there. Thank you.
So through the chair, they don't pick them up. We move them for them. So it requires our staff, because they need a tractor to move. That's the issue.
Okay, we move them ourselves. If they want to have them stored there, no offense, then they're going to have to move them and put them out and bring them back. That's part of the game. All I saw in there was storage. I didn't see anything about you moving them. Was there anything? Did I miss that? Okay.
No, but that's been the past practice.
I know that. Well, I'm just saying, if we have a MOU that's moving forward and we're all working together to change things, in my opinion, if we would allow them to have the risers there, that's fine. But it's their job to take them out, put them up, and take them down and take them back. That would just be my take on it.
Sorry, we're going to continue on. Member Brennan, and then Member Jansen, and then Member Burkett.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I fully appreciate your comments with regard to our ability to fundraise. The comment that they're completely different though kind of bothered me. With my work on with Otis Park, for instance, they also attract tourism in a not insignificant way at all their events, and we have to deal with our own problems. God knows we talk about it enough at committee. Secondly, the scale of this thing drove me crazy today when I heard that we're talking about 12 bags of garbage. Seriously? There's more pickup trucks in Severn Township probably than anywhere on the planet. But give me a rest. Like, holy smokes, 12 bags of garbage? And we're going to pay someone overtime? No, I don't think so.
Member Jansen and then Member Burkett.
Sure. So to give a bit of context, right? The review came up for the MOU. The BIA was asked to review the MOU and come back with a wish list or an item list. The items that we came back with were based on experiences. So, maybe negative experiences or wants and needs that we were asking for some assistance with. Right. We do believe it's a partnership between the township and the BIA. And that's the reason why these requests came forward. So you'll see in the MOU, there are some changes that were added in there. And then there's these other items that remained outstanding. We do have limited storage capability, and that was the reason for the request for the risers to be continue to be stored in the barn. I'm not sure how big a building will be built afterwards, or whether or not there be an option to have some space in there. I think if that can continue to happen until it can't happen again, I think that would be very appreciated. On the garbage pickup, the reality of the situation is, yes, our tourists, our tourists come to town for an event. Witches Walk is a good one. Yes, they do create the garbage. In the morning, township staff come by and they clean up all of the township garbage cans. That's why the request was there. If there were additional garbage cans that had garbage bags in them, could they not come by and pick up those garbage bags as well as the ones that they're cleaning out from the township garbage bag ones and dispose of it for us? That's where that request had come from. The parking has been an issue. Although I will say at our last Witches Walk, it was managed quite a lot differently. We had a few more patrollers that were out there assisting. It was difficult to manage the fairgrounds parking lot, the arena parking lot, because we did have to accommodate for the minor hockey league, which meant a space that was kind of designated for that group. And it was quite a lot of prevention of vehicles trying to enter into that area, which could become a bit of a safety issue if somebody was to have an altercation with one of our parking patrollers. I think the comment's fair though, from Member Cox about the conversation that could take place. The use of the fairgrounds for parking, it just seems to be a very easy solution to increase our parking capacity by hundreds of vehicles. By opening those gates, if we had patrollers that were able to direct people in and direct them out afterwards in a safe and efficient manner. That's why that request was there. I'm not sure if I've missed anything. Parking, storage.
Can I jump in right there?
No, that's good. Yeah.
The gates and Greg, what's the story on the gates and the parking there to help out Member Jansen there?
So in the report, the gates were closed by were installed by directive from council to deal with safety concerns on the grounds. Children in the playgrounds, people using it. It is a green space. It's not a vehicular space. So we've closed it to all groups. The only group that gets in there is the fair through their lease that they have on the property. So for use, but no other groups are in there. We've had similar requests from minor ball, adult ball to get in there and use it. So back when the gates were installed, as my understanding is before my time, but there was a lot of safety concerns around the use of the property, and that's why it remained shut. There was also the issue around damage. Witches Walk is in October, which is beginning rainy season. The BIA does not have the ability to repair the property if it gets damaged. So, and that was a lot of the issues in the past too, of vehicular traffic in there. Because recently we were just fighting off an ATV that somehow got through the gate system across our bridge and got in there and turfed up our property. So it's shut down to vehicular traffic through the gates, and there's just a lot of issues that come with that. So.
Thanks for that. Back to you, Member Jansen.
I believe I've summarized all the items that were part of our request when we came forward. As I said, it was a wish list. We put everything forward from the issues we were having. If the risers could be stored, I think that would be extremely beneficial. If the fairgrounds could be opened that night with parking patrollers, that would be even more beneficial. And I think there would have to be a parking or an agreement in place that a certain amount of volunteers to manage that property to ensure safety, as well as mitigate any damage to take place would also be helpful. But at the end of the day, it's a discussion for council to have whether or not we're going to change or add anything into this MOU.
Okay, thank you, Member Burkett.
Thank you. Through the chair. I think when we went to that meeting, we have a garbage dumpster at the arena, do we not? And is it like, would it accommodate on that night 10 bags of garbage if they just walked it over? And now I'm hearing Councillor Member Jansen stating that we go through the next morning, but listening to Member Cox, if we left any garbage out on the streets, the animals would have ramaged it. But is there an opportunity to throw some of the garbage in our dumpster if they can get it there?
I would say there's a few points there that we don't always pick up the garbage on that morning. And when Witches Walk is on, that is our arena prime time. We have one staff member in the morning. We're not sending out somebody to pick up garbage. So for us to go get it after those events is overtime automatically to bring in staff, especially when they run Witches Walk on a Friday night and then they're going to turn around and run a children's event on the Saturday. So that's why we rely on, we offer up and supply the garbage cans for them to put out, and we rely on them to pick up the garbage because we don't have the manpower unless we bring it in, somebody in on overtime. We have offered to supply them with a bin, not knowing as events grow, like my concern is what's the limit, right? Like if these events continue to grow and more garbage is generated, what's the limit? Like we could fill our bin, but just means more pickups for us at a cost to us. That's more than our regular pickup time. So,
but I think Craig's up, thank you, but through the chair, but I think if there's only 10 bags and I think we need to give them something. If they're going to walk over and throw it in our bin, I don't think the bin's full. Is it full every time they come? Do they pick up once a week or once a day? How do they pick up?
I'd have to confirm with staff, but it's usually every 2 weeks or so. It can get full. It all depends on the time of year and the usage of the building, right? Like it can be filled up at that point. We did offer the BIA through our supplier to get them a bin, which is usually around $200
for a month.
Just for that, they'll put it out there for the weekend and they can drop it in and take it.
So supplementary, if I may, and I don't know if we can do this, like we offer grants once a year. Could they apply for a grant? They can't do that, or can they? They can't?
They're not eligible. We went through that grant policy about 10 times this term.
Okay, so what, like, I feel we need to give them something like no all the time. So why couldn't we try it for this year and see what that dumpster, like get them to walk the garbage over? And if we find that it's overflowing, well, then we'll have to change policy. And as far as those, like, I'm struggling to understand, what are those things they want hidden in our barn? What are?
So to the chair, it's essentially a stage. It's about 1.5 feet high. That requires equipment to move it. That's their issue. They could store it there all they want. They can't move it.
Well, I do through the chair. I do have a concern with anyone in our barn moving something that heavy. I don't want someone to get hurt. So if we're going to rip the bar, I can't remember what happened. So we're tearing the bar down. What are we putting in its place?
So the idea was under the master plan where the barn sits now, that becomes a roadway into parking lots. So that barn will come down and it'll get a new storage building will get moved in between the arena and curling club back towards the fire hall. It'll be a prefab metal building that will store our tractors and equipment that we use for parks. It also brings it closer to the arena facility for security. Whereas right now that barn building isn't very secure on the other side of the property, so.
Supplementary, if I may, through the chair, like how much space does this stuff take up? And I know, so, you know, like, I don't know why we couldn't help them with something like that, and they can put the garbage in our bin and just see where it goes. And if we're building a new building, will this stuff stay outside? Can they lean it up against a building somewhere? It has to go inside. So if we tear this building down next year, are we going to have another building up the next year? Is it gonna happen within a year?
I guess I would say to that, it all depends on what's approved through budget.
Okay.
So, and the idea would be that the barn would get torn down after the new building's built and everything's ready to go in. Like right now, it's not, that barn building's not conducive to staff either. It's ancient and there's probably some things that we don't know about. But we're buying all this new equipment and we need a spot for it to go. So the idea was to move on that sooner than later, which then allows us to start moving on the parking issues and the overall fare.
So if I may, through the chair, Craig, sorry, so
Yeah.
why this year, when next year there may not be a storage spot, they're gonna have to find their own storage. Could we not store it for this year and allow them to dump the garbage for this year?
Yeah, well, within the report, we recommended
Just
that
for
it's-
the
they
Richards
stay.
Walk, we're not
Yeah.
doing it for all events.
Yeah.
Do they have storage capacity for everything, that all the events they need storage capacity?
No.
How much garbage? They don't give me a clear
So-
motion or.
Jump in, Madam CEO.
How much garbage?
Thank you. So for the risers, the report says we can continue to store it as long as the barn exists, but not in perpetuity, because when we build new buildings, we shouldn't be building storage for someone else. We're not storing duck rice stuff. We're not storing bunny costumes. I have some concerns about your garbage suggestion, because as soon as you open dumpsters, you have everybody's garbage in town. And I appreciate you wanting to be helpful, but then you're undermining the level of service discussion we just had. So what level of service do you want us to give the BIA? Are they different? The other thing that I had said to the BIA is council has some really difficult decisions to make, because yes, they're bringing in all of these people, but not even the residents of Coldwater all are in agreement with that. So not only are you spreading this cost to the tax base of the entire municipality who are not benefiting, not even the whole town loves all those people. So you have to balance that, right? Who is more important there? And I don't know the answer to that. That's council's to decide, but it's a slippery slope.
Member Burkett, did you have any comments?
I'm happy to store the risers and we'll just leave it at that.
Okay, Member Minnings.
Thanks through the chair. So yeah, in principle, like, I don't have a problem with any of these. However, when you talk about extending the cost and the cost of staffing and all of this across the township, it changes my thinking. I agree with leaving things the way they are in whatever the barn is until the barn's torn down. And so I think that one can kind of go away and it gives them a lead time. I think that within the BIA, I don't know who the people, all the players are, but in our little group in West Shore, I mean, under my house is full of all kinds of platforms and storage and wooden Christmas trees that I thought was a good idea 3 years ago to build. No, it's serious. And even we had a community garage sale on the weekend. There was a couple hundred people through. There were 16 homes that registered and more that had them. And I had to go up and down the street looking for recyclable empty people who would take extra things just from Bristol board and wrapping, and people had bubble wrap and all of that. So it becomes a responsibility of whoever's putting it on. And I think that's what we sign up for. It's an event. We want people to come. The other thing that was mentioned this morning by Stephanie was about the off-site parking at one of the ski hills that was actually in Oro. I mean, I come from Barrie and Kempen Fest. We all go to somewhere off-site, the mall or some place that's more rural and hop on a bus and then get bussed in and out. And that just becomes part of it, fireworks, etc. And for many good reasons, I've been in Coldwater for some events, not the nighttime ones. And I remember walking past I think it's Fire Hall Lane where the bingo is, and there was a little barrier at Gray Street. But there was a car coming through behind me, and even though the patrols were standing on either side, the cars got out and they moved the barrier themselves and went across the street where people were getting ready to do a parade. So I think pedestrians first. That if we're going to have an event, I imagine there's permits and barriers and all of that, then the street shut down, the street shut down. And I know to get into where the arena is with the hockey, etc., either you shut the street down at the library so that that doesn't become a pedestrian route or something, but all the other suggestions around talk to the minor league hockey folks or whoever, I think that's good. But I think among a committee, we can all take care of all of the planning and also the post cleanup, which is a big, it just has to be built into an event.
Member Cox.
Listen, I don't have anything against a BIA. I just think that with their budget and what they have compared to the rest of us grassroots people right now, it's just something that has to evolve to back to committees. And anyway, the other one about the parking is I sat down with Derek because of the Lions Club and we went over a parking strategy with Tim, and it's working out very well with maps and everything. And the steampunk was, I'm going to help them and we're going to follow the same strategy. So if that strategy is followed with Witches Walk, I think it'll all work out very well. We found places that, like church groups, that we asked their permission. They said, yes, you can park in our parking lot. We put the no parking signs here and there. And anything you're going to do with parking attendants, you don't need one. You probably need what, Derek, 10, 15? Because you just can't say go down and park there, because we all know that person is just going to go park somewhere. But you have to have all those, and you've done it, and it's a requirement of bodies, and I think if you reach out, there'll be bodies, and the BIA has done wonderful. They have done the beautification, they do all kinds of things, but there just comes a time when there's only so much we can afford to do on the backs of all of us. Thank you.
Okay, you have a proposed motion there, Allison?
Maybe while she's developing it, I'll summarize. So what I heard was garbage, no use of fairgrounds, no storage until the barn is demolished, and then they have to look for their own space. And we won't not rent the arena, but if they can work something out with minor hockey, we'd be happy to accept that.
I think that covers it.
Okay, so the motion reads that Administration Report A 26-020 dated May 20th, 2026 regarding updates to the Memorandum of Understanding MOU between the Coldwater BIA and Township be received, and that the updated MOU be approved, that the request by the Coldwater BA for a change in level of service be denied so that all of Severn's community groups are provided the same level of service. And as noted in the report, that the risers be stored in the storage barn until it is demolished. And further, that should the BIA make arrangements with Coldwater Minor Hockey regarding the community center use, that the township will be pleased to work with the arrangement. And further, that the required bylaw be brought forward to the next council meeting.
Okay, we've got a mover for that. Moved by member Minning, second by member Cox. All in favor? That's carried. The next pulled item is E 4.4, and member Brennan pulled that.
Yeah,
Over
hopefully
to
we
you,
can
member Brennan.
move through this fairly quickly. I'm far from any kind of expert in assessments. This stuff bores the life out of me. But I have greatly concerned with three things that were associated with this draft resolution. The comment by the proponent that local businesses are being unfairly taxed is a concern for an area, you know, it's not consistent with our economic strategies here. The fact that retail and office tenants are operating based on inflated values, that affects affordability for residents. That's a concern. And third, the fact that every other province has updated their assessments in the last 6 to 24 months, and ours are 10 years old. Something's really wrong with that. So going over the whereases in this thing, I thought, that's pretty reasonable. Let's ask them to get on with the show. So that's all I got to say about that. Andrew, I very briefly talked to you about this morning, and you may have, you know, maybe this is not as you see it. And great, let's hear it.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Certainly, if I can through the chair to member Brennan. I'm not as worried about the assessments because for the most part, all you're going to do is increase them across the board evenly for everyone. It's the outliers, the anomalies that have either been taxed too much because their assessment's not been properly adjusted, or the ones who aren't paying enough. And that really doesn't necessarily happen in a reassessment phase because they do it globally. I mean, it will pick up some of the newer houses are likely paying, or if you've purchased a house in the last 3 or 4 years, you're likely paying more tax than your neighbor is, because their assessment's not been reassessed and yours has somewhat been reassessed. I mean, they try to say they take it back to the 2016 values, but they're still much higher than that house would have sold for in 2016. So it will give it a little more parity. Shouldn't really drastically change the amount of tax that anyone pays, though.
So, I mean, I wasn't even thinking of the retail. That's not even noted in the preamble for this resolution. But if we're advocating for more and more housing, that means more and more people are being treated unfairly through our policy of affordable housing applications. So that's another point that says that we should ask them to do this sooner than later.
Madam CEO.
Yeah, I absolutely think you should ask them to do it sooner than later. To Andrew's point, I bought a new house in the last 3 years, and I moved from like to like house, like price wise, and my taxes doubled because I have a new house that was valued at the sales. There needs to be a proper redistribution because if you live on waterfront, your property went up astronomically during COVID, but your taxes haven't kept, your assessment hasn't kept pace, which means that those that don't live on waterfront are paying that balance. So they need to unlock the reassessment and do it again properly to balance what people should pay.
Thank you. Well, that's all I'm asking is to support this. That's it.
Okay. Turn your thing off there. Do you have a motion, Allison?
Thank you. So the motion is that the Council of the Township of Severn calls upon the Premier of Ontario Minister of Finance to direct Municipal Property Assessment Corporation to promptly resume the regular property assessment cycle. And that this resolution be sent to the Honorable Jill Dunlop, Minister of Emergency Preparedness and Response, and the Honorable Rob Flack, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
We have a mover, moved by member Brennan, second by member Cox. All in favor? Carried. And the motion to rise, I guess. Moved by member Minning, second by member McIntyre. All in favor? Back to the mayor. Moved by member Cox, second by member Burkett. All in favor? Carried.
Thank you, Chair. Good job. So G1 is a notice of motion that I brought forward. I guess we can't speak to it. It'll just be on the next agenda. Is that how it works, Madam Clerk?
Thank you. So you're welcome to speak to it a bit, but the general discussion will be at the next meeting where it will be put on consent and it can be pulled for broader discussion with the rest of the members.
Okay, so I'll speak to it. I basically have no more to say than what I put there in writing. So I don't know if any others would want to speak to it. Councillor Jansen?
Just on the motion too, that the 370 fee be reconsidered, what would we be reconsidering it, or would we be getting a staff report back again to talk about how we get the cost, like what cost is appropriate?
So when the matter comes up at the next meeting, there'll be two motions on the agenda for the matter, so they'll be separate. One will be a request for reconsideration of the 370 fee and the other one will be related to the program itself and request for a report. So they'll be dealt with separately and individually when it comes back in a couple of weeks.
So Madam Clerk, or yeah, can we ask when it comes back, can we ask for some data as far as to how many, we can't do that. So that would be at the next meeting. We could ask for that.
Yeah, so if the motion to request a report is passed,
Okay.
then the information will come back at a subsequent meeting.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Madam CAO?
I would question what kind of report you'd be looking for, because we have reported annually on all of the statistics at great length. So all of that data has been reported to you and is out there.
I'll go
Yeah,
back. I'll
like
go
as
back to
recent as February, we reported on the last year, and we report annually every year with pictures and stats and all of those things. So,
Okay, I'll
it's
review it and then
it's council just needs to decide if it's a program they want to continue or they don't. And I would
Okay.
suggest you start there before you look at the fee.
all right. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Minnies.
So through the chair, then for the staff report, if that's what we're going to be voting on, could you include the link to the last presentation that we received in February? That would be helpful.
Madam CAO.
There's no staff report at this time. We can certainly send out the link to the last couple of years of presentations, perhaps.
Thank you. Any further comments? Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have a motion? No? Okay, so moving on, updates from committees. Councillor Taylor, would you like to start off?
Okay, just a reminder, the Lions Club duck race is May 30th. The ducks are being launched at the mill at 2 p.m., but the main street's open for activities that morning of. Tomorrow is the Severn Sound Environmental Awards in Midland. It starts at 4 and ends at 4 to 7:30. And I believe the township is receiving milestone 4. And I think Mr. Belfry may be there, I hope. Well, even better, Mr. Burke. And I'll be there too. Thank you. That's all I've got for now.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Jansen.
Thank you. In the last 2 weeks, we had a Segbay Chamber of Commerce meeting. I know I reported on again. We have our Pioneer Day coming up at the Brissett House in Port Severn on June the 20th. For the BIA, we had our meeting last night. Our next event is the community-wide garage sale day. That's happening on June the 6th. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brandon.
None of my committees have met yet in the next 2 weeks. So I'll report it next meeting.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
Coldwater Library, we've had 3 or 4 authors. We're getting more authors. It's very busy at the library, and our distribution was 5,000. That's the highest we've had this year. The other one was the OPP, the Couchiching OPP, which the minutes will be brought out and the stats will be in there. And the duck race starts at 2, but at 1:30, there's the business duck race. And all the businesses have made a boat with a duck on it. And they're going to race from the mill to the bridge at the mill. Oh yeah, that we decided we do that. So, and they're very hilarious, really. Like the pottery place has made a ceramic boat with tubes on it. The library's doing one. I mean, we're all laughing because we told go to a funeral home they could do like a coffin and put their duck in it if they wanted. But anyway, they're all very keen on this, and there is they're getting trophies. It's just a fun thing for them. And it'll be a fun time we were trying to get all the businesses involved and then we thought that would be a good way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Minnings.
Thank you. So I'm on the Orillia Library Board. The meeting is in about an hour, so I don't have an update, but they do tell me that they're coming here in June to do a presentation. Do you know? No. Okay. You don't know yet. So I'm going to firm that up, because they have in the board package for today, there's a really good schematic that shows the numbers, et cetera, and certainly the Severn numbers of users, programs, all of that. So I think it's a great resource. I told them I was going to share it today, and they said, please don't, because we're coming there in June. So I will follow up on that for you. And I already spoke about the garage sale that happened in West Shore. The only thing I'll say is that this year, the West Shore Events Committee, we put the notice on the Weshego Facebook group and the Coldwater Facebook group, and the amount of people we had from there and even from Bala, et cetera. So it was really nice to see the blending of people, and everyone asked where people came from. So that was a pretty cool indicator. And we're working hard to promote people to go to the duck race and other things as events roll out, and the Canada Day Parade in Weshego. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you. We will be moving the Wednesday coffee group to the pavilion in the park for June. I think, believe in June, is it, Mr. Belfry?
The end of June.
End of June. And because we have a full complement of day camp going to be used in the community center, so which is good to hear. So end of June, and I think until September, and then we're back there. We have a Canada Day Parade meeting this evening. One of every 2 weeks till the parade gets up. So we'll report back on what's happening before the parade on the next meeting. That's all I have.
Thank you. The only thing I have to report is there's a group in Councillor Minnings' ward on Piccadilly Drive who have constantly reached out to MTerra trying to get the recycling picked up. And it's funny because communication, as I said many times, is the key to everything when you don't understand. So I now made a phone call, and someone phoned me back in 5 minutes when I said I wanted to speak to a supervisor, which was quite nice. It seems, and this will pertain to you, Councillor Taylor, any of the smaller roads in our townships, they use the smaller trucks. They've told me, so what happens is a resident sees a recycling truck come down the road, and at Piccadilly, it dead ends and you can only go right or left. They go right. The larger truck will go right. But what they are not telling the residents, and it's been a constant fight for the last 5 months, I wish they just had said something to them. They will pick up your recycling by 6 o'clock, because what they do is they send out a smaller truck, and that smaller truck may not show up at the same time. So if anyone's having any issues, I do have a number now. Just give me a call and I will take care of it. Now, they did say if we could publicize it on our website as well, that the smaller roads, the summer roads where cottagers only get pickup during the summer months, that's the smaller truck. If you don't have your recycling picked up by 6 o'clock, then phone, but don't phone beforehand. Those are just my update. Pardon me? Correct. Deputy Mayor Cox.
Yeah, Bagley Road. I sent an email and they were right quick on it because there's a special email for council members, and they answered that real quick, and they sent it back and said that they were sending the small truck down now at the end of Bagley, those little cottages. So it was the same idea.
Well, I forgot this lady phoned the premier. She phoned the premier, didn't get it out. And the lady at the other end said, we're not in charge of recycling. That's what she actually said. That was hilarious. Anyways, no closed session bylaws, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So the motion reads that bylaw 2026-34 is hereby passed.
We're in a seconder, please. Moved by Counselor Brennan, second by Counselor Jansen. All in favor? That's carried. Confirmation bylaw, Madam Clerk.
Yep.
Adjournment. All in
Bylaw
one.
2026-35 is passed and we are adjourned.
Move in a second, moved by Counselor Jansen, second by Counselor Taylor. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you all.